Hello, my superstitious scouts. Welcome to Kitschy's shop for Eclectic Curiosities, where we cast aside the mundane and plunge headfirst into the mystical realm of the supernatural. This is a place of enigmas, oddities, and the unexplained. Your presence here signifies that you dared to venture into the darkest depths of curiosity. And now, you stand on the precipice of exploration into the chilling, arcane horrors concealed within. I am Kitschy, your host and guide through this bewildering labyrinth of the bizarre and the uncanny. But I am not alone in this otherworldly journey. Our cast for today includes Russell.
Hey.
Chris.
Howdy.
Doug.
Hello, fellow campers.
And Dan.
Hi.
These are the extraordinarily brave souls that have chosen to delve into the cryptic secrets that lie hidden in the dark woods of Camp Black Pines in our story today. A story you will witness to bring light to a creeping paranoia often felt while traversing the unknown wilderness. So, join us as we peer into a story that touches on the unreliability of our own memories within the shadowed corners of Kitschy's shop for Eclectic Curiosities. Today's episode will be raising money for Bagley, the charity selected by our players today. All donations will go towards this cause. Bagley is the Boston Alliance of Gay, Lesbian, Bisexual, and Transgender Youth. It is a youth-led, adult-supported social support organization committed to social justice and creating, sustaining, and advocating for programs, policies, and services for the LGBTQ plus youth community. I also have to say that Kitschy Shop is an eclectic... Kitschy Shop for Eclectic Curiosities is an actual playcast with violent themes and adult language. Audience discretion is advised. Today's episode may include crude language, violence, paranoia, and gore. So players, are you prepared to venture into the uncharted and wholeheartedly embrace the night by the light of bonfire?
Indeed.
Yes.
Every time I ask this question, I get the same response. Very lackluster.
What
Well,
a scream.
Hell yeah! Is that better?
The journey commence. All right, so today we are going to be playing a game called Campers and Cryptids. It is written by Nick Conde, and I do apologize if I've mispronounced your last name. For the DrivethruRPG PocketQuest 2022. I'm very excited for this system. It seems like it's going to be a lot of RP fun, and just the right level of crunchiness. So, you all are our players today. You're playing characters who are children who have been transported via bus to Camp Black Pines. You've spent the last hour or so on the bus, which is a really long time for a 13-year-old, getting acquainted with each other before you take the winding path up through the Black Pine Forest up through the Black Pine Forest. Oh my goodness. Passing the marker for Camp Black Pine. And stopping in front of the main office. The bus driver unlatches the door, they swing open, and kids start getting up from their seats in no particular order, rhyme, or reason. As you exit the bus, please describe your character. So, who is the most excited to get off this bus?
Brian is. So Brian D. Gilbert, he leaps off the bus. He goes immediately into a Healy position as he glides along the dirt path. He's a very small child. He's 13 years old. He's wearing some green overalls. He's got Heelys on, and he is singing. He tried to start a sing along on the bus. He's like, "Happy shiny people everywhere," and nobody joined along. But he's still singing the last. He's singing the end of that as he's like gliding along.
Gorgeous. I love that. All right, so you exit the bus and you are hit with the scent of pine. It is the great outdoors. You hear birds tweeting in the boughs of the trees nearby, flying overhead. There is a light breeze in the warm summer air. And you hear the remaining children that have exited their buses ahead of yours congregating near the main office, where you do see some of the counselors getting together in a little circle, talking amongst themselves, keeping moderately close eye on the rest of the children. Who is next to exit the bus?
Bobby would just immediately, as soon as the bus stopped, grab his bag, open the fire exit, because he's clearly sitting in the back, and just fall out of it. Not like collapse onto the gravel, and you just hear, "Ow."
You hear the bus driver yelling after you, but with all the children exiting through the front of the bus, they are unable to do anything. Any physical description of Bobby that you would like to provide?
Oh, right. I think a short, lanky, 13-year-old boy.
Interesting combination.
Short torso,
lanky
long
means... Yeah, I thought lanky just meant
spider.
thin. It doesn't? It means elongated limbs?
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Lanky is like, long arms.
You're like a daddy, long legs.
Oh, I hate that. Okay, he just short. He a short king, covered in dirt and bruises and cuts and scrapes.
Cuts and scrapes. What kind of outfit do we got going on? Are we a cargo shorts type of kid, or?
Yeah, I feel like cargo shorts, Crocs, and then a tank top with a backwards ball cap.
All right.
I feel like the ball cap would just be the American flag or something stupid.
Very patriotic.
And then, has a full sleeve of temporary tattoos.
All right. Is there any particular theme in these temporary tattoos, or?
There's a lot of Hello Kitty.
A lot of Hello Kitty. Great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Just overlaid on top of tribal tattoos. It looks real bad.
Most of them are faded. They're kind of put on hastily, so they all kind of stretched a bit and yeah, okay. I got the picture. Yep. Yeah. Perfect.
Some of them are days old, which tell you how long it's been since you showered.
Oh gosh.
Oh, you can smell it. Absolutely.
Gorgeous. All right. We got two more characters to introduce.
Ellie is going to follow Bobby.
I was going to say it. Go ahead.
Ellie goes and sits down on the floor of the bus and scoots herself off. Being only 10 years old, she's a bit shorter than everyone else. But she's wearing a loose-fitted t-shirt that has a bedazzled unicorn on it. Right. And some jean shorts that go just below her knees. along with her obviously Velcro sandals to give her the most traction, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, she's currently like scooting off nose deep in her Tamagotchi, and she's like, "Bobby, are you okay?" But like not really looking at him.
Tamagotchi. Okay, so I did not give anybody any direction on what era this exists in.
I was gonna ask that.
Yeah,
I love
correct.
there's a Tamagotchi.
So you got Heelys.
Heelys and Tamagotchis. So, audience, it's up to you to place when in time this exists.
But also Crocs.
2006.
But also Crocs,
But also
right?
Crocs.
Also Crocs. Interesting. Crocs are like a late 2010s, I think.
Really?
Oh,
that
and the
new?
Tamagotchi. The
I feel
Tamagotchi is
so.
on one of those retractable keychains.
Nice.
attached to her belt loop.
Oh
So it's
my
always
Oh,
there.
I'm
no
wrong.
one uses it.
I love this. So prepared.
Crocs were founded in 2002.
2002.
Okay.
Wow, that's later than I thought. But my memories.
Did you? Oh, wow.
Yeah. All right.
Bobby's gonna pick himself up off the ground as Ellie gets out and go, "Ugh, I forgot to put them in sports mode," and then switch his Crocs to sports mode.
What does that mean?
You take
The
the flap and you put
strap.
it in the back.
Put it in the
Yeah,
back.
Around the heel.
around the
Oh,
heel.
They're just learning so
is
much
that
now.
really a thing? That's like a
Uh-huh.
wow.
Yeah.
All right. Yep. New things. This is what you do when you play TTRPGs. You learn something new literally every day, and it's all nonsense information.
Yeah.
All right. Dan.
Yeah. So, so Gilbert would have been sitting at the back of the bus. However, he would not go out the back of the bus. He would wait for everybody who's going out the back. So probably like wait for Doug, what's your character's name again?
Ellie.
I'd wait for Ellie to pass him by and then like slowly shuffle out the front. Unlike Bobby, Gilbert is lanky and very tall, almost 6 feet for a 13-year-old. Recently went through a very abrupt growth spurt, as you know some teenagers do, and his wardrobe isn't quite updated to reflect that yet. So his jeans are capris and his t-shirts are riding on crop top.
Love this for you. Okay.
He carries a backpack with him everywhere that he goes, full of books.
Okay, are we talking a Jansport or
A Jansport, for sure. A Jansport.
backpack? Okay, cool. What color? This is very important.
Navy. Oh, very, very basic. A navy blue Jansport.
So your family is middle class.
Maybe.
That's what Navy Jansport is.
Okay.
It's enough to afford a Jansport, but you're not getting a new one every year to like adapt to the new updated color fashions.
Oh no, it was probably a hand-me-down Jansport.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So we've got very small, very short, also very short, and very tall.
Very
So
tall.
we have no middle ground in terms of a size for these children. It's going to be an interesting group. All right, so you all are filtering off the bus. It's starting to get quite active and not necessarily loud because you're in the great outdoors. So sound can travel and it's muffled by all the trees and it's fine. Which is why we love having children outside and not in enclosed spaces with hard surfaces. So you're all congregating. Everybody's starting to chat. Some kids are starting to play. The adults are trying to like slowly corral you in because they know the like welcoming statement is about to begin, but haven't quite fully committed to that yet. What are you all doing as you start mixing with other kids here at camp, Black Pines?
I think Brian is going to be going around to each person saying, well, what do you hope musical that they're going to put on this year? I would really enjoy Hello Dolly. I feel it's good to go back for an old classic. And I think we have a pretty good mix of tall and men and women to be able to fill out a nice crowd to do all the dances. What do you think?
I have no idea what any of the words that just left your mouth are.
Isn't this a theater camp?
Oh God, I hope not.
I hope so.
Ellie just goes,
Gilbert.
It's not.
Okay.
Oh no.
I mean, I'm sure they have theater, and I can do stuff backstage, but I don't want to be in front of people.
Gotcha. Oh, well, that's going to change some things.
Gilbert's gonna walk up behind the three of you. Behind the three of you. Wait, did you say this is a theater camp?
That's what I thought. Oh my goodness! How?
Oh, hi. I'm Gilbert.
Are you a counselor?
Hi.
Oh no, I'm 13.
I'm 13.
I'm 13.
I'm 10.
What's in the backpack, Gilbert?
Books, but bugs. I like bugs a lot.
Oh,
Bug. My
What's
bug
your favorite
bugs.
bug?
My favorite bug. It's that one shiny dragonfly. Don't ask me. I don't know bugs. Dan doesn't know bugs. Hold on. I know this. Dragon. It's the dragonfly. It's just the dragonfly. We're just gonna say it's the dragonfly.
I love dragonflies. They're cool.
They're so cool. They're so bad. Their wings.
Yeah, you could fly on them, I hear, in some states.
Fly on dragonfly. I don't know if that's true.
I think so.
well,
Yeah,
you're
my
the one
cousin
with the
said.
Oh, okay. I've never heard that. I've never read that in one of my science books, but that'd be really cool.
Did you know the part of fireflies that glows is their ass?
Yeah.
So it's
Did you
actually
just
an
say the A
abdomen.
word?
Oh, yeah. Why?
It's not like the same as our butts are. They don't. Yeah, it's different. It's abdomen.
Oh,
Bugs have 3
Like a-
sections.
a shiny butt part.
I mean, it's more like a lower torso. But okay,
Like a stomach.
sure, yeah.
Does that mean they don't have no ass?
I mean, not in the same way that we do.
I guess they never sit down, so they wouldn't really need a butt to begin with.
All right, gather around, campers. It's time to get welcome to Camp Black Pines. Come on, gather around. The main counselor starts just like shouting in a megaphone, and you see a bunch of the other counselors. They kind of fan out around the children and start kind of like corralling them now more actively towards the podium, kind of. It's more of like a makeshift stage, 3 feet by 3 feet, that this main counselor stands on top of. All right, ladies and gentlemen, campers of all ages. And they start reading from a script. Welcome to the enchanting realm of Camp Black Pines. I'm your camp counselor, Jimmethy, and I'm absolutely thrilled to embark on this unforgettable journey with each and every one of you. The next few weeks promise to be filled with laughter, camaraderie, and a whole lot of adventure. As you look around, you'll notice we've got a plethora of activities lined up to ensure your summer is nothing short of spectacular. From the crack of the bat in our exciting baseball games to the precision of archery, the thrill of horseback riding, and the strategic finesse of mini golf, there's something for every adventurer here. Feel the wind in your hair as you run across the soccer field. Dive into the refreshing waters of our pristine lake. Or try your hand at crafting in our cozy crafters' huts. For those who prefer the allure of the great outdoors, we've got not one, not two, but 3 incredible hiking trails, each with its own unique charm and secrets waiting to be discovered. Now, let's talk about a few essential guidelines. So listen up, put your listening ears on. To ensure everyone has a safe and enjoyable time. All right? Please, my dearest campers, stay on the marked trails during your hikes. And always travel in groups. The woods can be vast, and we want to make sure you stay safe and sound. Never venture alone, especially after the sun bids us farewell. We value your safety above all else, so be sure to always have an adult in your presence during activities and, most importantly, after dark. Camp Black Pines is a place of magic, wonder, and adventure. And by following these simple guidelines, we can make sure your experience here is truly extraordinary. So, gear up, get ready for an amazing summer, and let the adventures begin! Your children, so that was really exciting. So everybody's clapping, everybody's like, there's children that scream, and now they basically start bouncing off the walls with excitement. Various other counselors start holding up signs with names on them as they start to corral children. So the 4 of you are going to have, you're going to see one counselor holding up 6 name signs with your 4 names on it. So we've got Brian, Bobby, Ellie, and Gilbert, as well as we got Susie, Susie Thompson, and we've also got Todrick Alton. Yeah.
Nice.
Susie Thompson, Todrick Alton are the other 2 campers in your group. All right. So, you are going to head over to this counselor. You see a woman with a long brown ponytail pulled out the back of a cap, a red baseball cap. She's got high cargo shorts on and a t-shirt with a flannel over it. As you are congregating around her, she starts introducing herself to each of you. Her name is Counselor Janice. And she is going to, as each one of you arrive, say hello, introduce herself, and ask you your name. Hey there, I'm Counselor Janice. I'll be your counselor in Group B, Cabins B. That is where you're going to be staying for the next couple weeks. And what is your name, little buddy? Doug?
Uh,
I'm a little girl. My name is Ellie.
Oh, yes.
I know
you
the shorts and the sandals
are.
threw you off, but
No, I knew you were a little girl. I love calling everybody my buddy. We're all buddies here, right?
I will
Yeah.
make that decision in a week or so.
Great to meet you. And hopefully you brought your sleeping bag.
Yes, I'm very prepared for camp. I've been to many camps over the last decade of my life.
Wow. And is this your first time at Camp Black Pine?
Yeah, it looked pretty cool on the brochure, so I'm pretty excited, you might say.
Wow, that's great. Well, glad to have you on board here. What about you tall child?
Oh, you must be talking to me. I'm Gilbert Frank.
Yeah, and do you have your sleeping bag?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's all packed. It's in my bag with my books.
Perfect. I'm just going to cross you off my list right here. Very nice to meet you. We're going to get real buddy here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. What about you? With the those are cute Crocs.
Hi, I'm Bobby. I didn't have no sleeping bag, so I brought a fitted sheet. Is that okay?
Oh, that is all right. We have a couple to spare. This happens every year. Don't you worry about it. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Is that a no?
We will. Do you like? I think I remember seeing some green ones and a red one in the main office. Do you have a preference on what you would like?
Wow, it's like she's talking at me and not to me. Oh, green is fine.
All right, I will cross you off my list, Bobby. Nice to meet you. And I will make sure that we get a green sleeping bag over here. Okay? And she waves down one of the camp runners to try to make sure they know to bring a green sleeping bag to cabins B. All right. And Susie, nice to meet you. Todrick, really great. And what about you? Those Heelys might get a little clogged up here in the woods. Do you have another pair of shoes with you?
I don't know what you aren't the trails paved?
No. I don't know. Did you bring another pair of shoes, or should I
didn't bring my tap. I brought some tap shoes with me. I didn't hear Jimmethy say this, but when are the auditions being held? Because I prepared a few monologues and I want to workshop.
God, I hope this isn't the theater camp.
There aren't exactly auditions, but we do have an end of camp play, and you sound like you would be great for the star of the show.
Perfect. That's all I do.
That's perfect. Yeah. I don't know if there'll be any tap, but we could talk to the play director and see if they could figure something out there. Yeah.
Perfect. I shake Janice's hand.
Oh, very formal. Nice to meet you, Brian. Is it all right if I call your parents just to see if they could send over an extra pair of shoes?
I suppose so, but they're back in Cincinnati, so I don't know.
Okay.
You can try.
We will figure this out together. If anything, we do have some little booties at the cabin that I think would be perfect.
Interesting. I'm intrigued.
All right. All right. Well, if the 6 of you will follow me, I will lead you over to the cabin that we're going to be staying in this next 2 weeks. It is a co-ed cabin. I hope that's okay. None of you have cooties, right? We're all
Why are you
grown
looking at
up
me?
here.
I got my shot last week.
Perfect. All right. So just right on over this way. Make sure to bring your bags. Did you leave anything laying out in the field during welcome? Make sure you have everything.
Good to go.
Is that all you brought, Bobby?
What do you mean?
I just checking, making sure you didn't leave a bag laying somewhere in the field.
No, I have my school bag, and it's just I feel like a really beaten up camo, not even big enough to be a school bag,
It's like a
and
purse.
nothing else. No
All
other
right,
clothes. He didn't bring a single change.
Great. This is going to be wonderful. All right. Okay, so the scene is going to progress. You're going to make your way from the main office down a series of dirt paths. The whole time, Counselor Janice is going to be trying to coax information out of you, get to know you as you are children. So she's doing that thing that adults do when they're like, I need to figure out some important information from a child. And so they're very friendly about it. They kind of jump around in terms of topics to maintain your engagement and interest. And then you finally are going to arrive at cabin B, which is a set of cabins. There are 2 other counselors and their respective groups. This is a really bougie camp if each counselor has only 6 children that they're responsible for.
Great teacher to student ratio.
Yeah, great teacher to student ratio. All right, so you're going to be in one of these cabins. Anything you'd like to do as you settle in?
I think Brian is going to unroll some of the posters that he's brought in his backpack, and he's going to pin them up on the wall. You see one that's he's picked one that's Brigadoon. There's one that's Beetlejuice. A lot of bee themed shows.
Gilbert's just gonna find the tallest bed that he can.
Bobby will get the bunk under Gilbert because Bobby knows to shelter near the large ones for protection.
Gotcha.
Ellie is going to be asking if anyone has spare batteries in case her Tamagotchi gets low.
What
She does not want
batteries
to
is
die.
it? What
It's the little
batteries do you
disc
take?
ones. The little disky ones. Do you have any of those? Does anyone have any?
No.
Sorry.
I only brought books.
No batteries.
Bobby will start rummaging around in his backpack, and you hear lots of metal clinking against metal. And he pulls out 3 of those little watch batteries. Oh, here you go.
Oh my gosh, thank you, Bobby. She snatches them quick and shoves them in her pocket for later.
Those are not charged, by the way.
She just pulls her pocket inside out and lets them fall to the floor.
Oh. And Bobby will scoop back up and put them in his bag.
Interesting.
Janice?
Yeah, kids?
What's the game plan for today?
Well, the game plan for today is we're going to get acquainted with our cabin, and we're going to do a couple icebreakers, and then it'll be time for lunch. And this afternoon, I think we have a couple challenges. We're going to be competing with another team to do some various sports challenges. I hope you're all excited about that.
I love the
Sounds
competition.
fun.
But I didn't realize I'd be playing sports. I don't know if I have the right shoes for sports. You see that he's wearing what are potentially his dad's shoes.
Oh.
They're definitely adult men's shoes.
Oh,
Are they
that's
just
all
like
right.
steel toe boots? Like work boots?
I think they're probably like worn out dress shoes.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
yeah.
Okay. Well, that's all right. It's just for fun. There's no pressure to compete, and if you really, 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 really don't wanna, you can watch on the sidelines. And I think I have some coloring books stashed away here somewhere. If you'd rather do that instead.
I don't think I'm a bit old for coloring books. Well, we'll see. I don't know. It depends on what
Oh,
we're
you're
playing.
never too old for coloring books.
Okay.
I color all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, I
bet
see
you
those adult
do.
coloring books in the grocery store all the time.
They're very therapeutic. Anyways, we'll figure something out for you. Because it is No Child Left Behind here at Camp Black Pines. We'll make
No.
sure that each of you have something to do, keep you entertained as we have our opening ceremony challenges. And before you know it, it's going to be dinner time. And after dinner, we're going to have a bonfire. How exciting is that?
I'm thrilled.
So exciting.
Will there be
Yeah.
s'mores?
Oh, of course there will be s'mores.
I do like
What
Superb.
s'mores.
is a bonfire without s'mores?
Just arson, I suppose.
Bobby just pulls out a cigarette lighter. Can I help start the bonfire?
Oh, no. Actually,
And just flicking it.
I'm gonna take that.
What?
And I'm
No.
just gonna put it somewhere for safekeeping. Just because we want to make sure there's a lot of flammable things in these. They're very old cabins, and we are in the woods, so we want to make sure that we don't start a forest fire. So, is it? Can I take this?
He puts it in his mouth.
Oh, okay. Well, for now, I'll let you keep it. But I think I am eventually going to need to put that in our safekeepings box. And, so when you are comfortable with letting me put that in the safekeepings box, then we can go do that, okay?
He pulls it out covered in spit and hands it to her.
Oh, thank you. And she like closes her hand over it and just like very gingerly just like goes over to like she has her own. She's not in a bunk. She's just in a bed. There's nobody above her.
Oof.
I know, right? And she has like a little lock box that she has stuffed underneath the bed that she's going to pull a key out from her keychain on her hip, unlock it, put it in, close it back up, stick it back into the bed, and she goes, okay, well, I am going to go wait outside for you all to get situated, and when you are ready for, oh goodness, what did I say we were doing?
We're going to compete against a team in an event.
Ah, yes.
Oh,
yes,
I thought there was icebreakers first.
Icebreakers.
Oh, that's
first.
true.
Yes, you are correct. Definitely should be writing down stuff that comes out of my mouth. So we're gonna do some icebreakers, and I will just be waiting outside for you to all get settled in. Feel free to like get to know each other before you come on outside. You're going to be living together for 2 weeks. How exciting, right? All right.
Yeah.
All right, and then she is going to exit the cabin, and you can just see her through the front window. She's just like hanging out in front of the cabin, and you see that she's talking to like the 2 other counselors at this point from the cabins next door. So they each kind of do this thing where they go outside to like wait for the kids, let everyone settle in. They have a little bit of a system.
So we're unsupervised?
You're currently unsupervised, yeah.
Cool. Bobby's going to pull out a bobby pin and start going to town on that lockbox.
Bobby, what?
I don't think you're supposed to do that.
This
That's
is
fine.
a
Rule.
challenge, an action.
She won't
challenge.
notice.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I believe that it is going to be a coordination.
Ooh.
All right. So I have a +6.
Yep.
So I need to roll a 6 or lower.
You will need to roll. So you roll 2d10. If
Yep.
one of them is a 6 or lower, it is considered a weak hit.
Okay, I got a weak hit.
Both are lower, it is a strong hit. And so with a overcome a challenge is the player move. And a weak hit, you are going to be successful but gain 1 stress.
Not me, because I'm cool under pressure.
Ooh.
Alright.
AKA, I commit crimes a lot.
All right, so you are going to unlock that lockbox. In it, you find a lighter, a broken cell phone, and a pocket knife.
Oh.
Ooh.
Ooh, I'm going to take the lighter and the pocket knife.
All right.
Wow, Bobby, you seem very skillful at that. How did you get so good at picking things?
Oh, my parents locked a lot of doors on me when I was a kid. I mean, when I was younger.
Got it. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah,
What's your favorite type of food?
Mac and cheese.
That's a good choice.
No, I
Ellie?
can't have mac and cheese.
Oh, why not?
I'm lactose intolerant.
Oh no! So you can't have pizza?
Well, if we use like the vegan cheese, I can have it.
Oh.
But vegan cheese is expensive, so you don't get it too often. But you can have pizza without cheese too. It's okay.
Yeah.
Is it though?
Yeah, it's just
All right.
it's like toast with sauce and things on it, just without the cheese.
Yeah. It's like, what's that called when they put tomatoes on bread? It's an Italian word.
Focaccia?
Bruschetta.
Bruschetta, that's it.
Oh.
It's just the wrong way to pronounce it.
It's
The
bruschetta.
bruschetta.
Yeah. My favorite food is actually a caprese sandwich, which is kind of like a bruschetta, but there's basil and it's a closed face sandwich.
It's got cheese on it, though.
Yeah. But you can have it without cheese.
That's true. It's just a tomato sandwich then.
Yeah, it's just like a different version of pizza.
Oh yeah. I really like Chinese food. We go get Chinese food every Friday. And I always get orange chicken. I really like orange chicken.
That's cool.
Do you get an egg roll with it?
Oh yeah, I love egg rolls. They're so good.
Yeah.
And you use chopsticks?
Oh yeah, I've used chopsticks for a long time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Skillful guy.
Yeah, we every Friday. I'm just using them chopsticks.
My parents won't let me use chopsticks, not since the accident.
What happened?
It was a long story, but it involved like the neighbor kid and like a slingshot. So
And
do
chopsticks.
with that information what you do with that information what you will.
You made like a crossbow.
Yeah. It was fun. I mean, he survived. It wasn't like it killed him.
You just see a big grin on Bobby's face. Let's be friends.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we already were friends. We've been talking since the bus ride when
yeah.
pushed me out of my seat by accident.
If I can find chopsticks and a rubber band, can we recreate that experiment?
Yeah, sure. It's not that hard.
Okay.
We could also just use twigs.
There's a lot of that around here. Anyway, do you guys play sports?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Do you count esports?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Because I'm in a
Only
pretty
if you'll-
competitive Tamagotchi battle.
Tamagotchi fighting.
I didn't know that they could fight. How do they fight?
Well, no, it's not a fight, but I have a world record for the longest living Tamagotchi.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been alive for.
I haven't seen a working Tamagotchi in years.
Yeah, I thought they all went bust in the Y2K thing. Because their internal computers reset.
Yeah, it was the Y2K crash.
Your Tamagotchi made it through the Y2K crash. Incredible.
No, they rebooted them. You can buy new ones now.
Oh, okay. Well,
For the
yeah,
new
it's been
generation.
alive for like 4 months. That's like the world record. So
Wow. That's very cool. I don't do esports, but I do interpretive dance.
that's cool. Can
And
you show us?
Brian pulls out a ribbon that was in his pocket. It's a ribbon on a like a collapsible stick. So he's like, he does like the Squidward dancing wiggling arms.
Whoa.
That was really cool.
Oh.
Thank you.
I'm trying to give inspiration for half the stuff that's happening in this conversation, but that is not a thing in this system. Oh wait, no, it is.
Yeah, if we do
Inspiration
something
is
cool.
a thing, but I forget how to get
Oh.
it.
I think it's
I think you have to roll to get it, right?
Inspiration.
Oh, no, that's
Start with zero,
advantage, you
gain them
roll.
during play. Inspiration. I think Ellie and Brian are gonna get inspiration from this conversation.
Cool.
Also, that is when you hear a knock on the door, and then it slowly creaks open, and you hear Counselor Janice's voice, and she goes, "Knock, knock. Doing all right in here?"
I'm doing okay.
yeah.
We're very well,
How
thank
about
you.
those icebreakers? Are you ready? You all settled
Oh.
in?
Should I bring my bag with me?
Oh no, you can leave that here.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. We'll make sure that it is safe.
Okay. Gilbert will just set his bag because he's tall enough to just reach up and put his bag on the bunk. But he's gonna pull out a small book and put it into his pocket and come outside.
All right. So as you all exit the cabin, you see the other two cabin groups have already congregated outside. And they're having little side conversations. The two counselors are talking to each other. And then Janice is gonna like wave at the group and be like, all right, we're ready. So these are the other two cabins in Block B. So we're gonna be getting really familiar with each other over the next 2 weeks. Isn't that exciting? This is Counselor Todd and Counselor Ellie. So
No relation.
shares name with you. How cool is that? So we're going to make sure to call her Counselor Ellie just to avoid confusion. Unless you have like a nickname that you want to go by.
Yeah, Counselor Ellie, do you have a nickname you want to go by?
She shakes her head. All right, well, so we'll just go with Counselor Ellie and Camper Ellie. How cool is that? Anyways, we are gonna start our ice-breaking exercises. So I hope you are all ready to make friends.
Please.
All right. So the first exercise is going to be we all go around the group and we are going to bring something to the picnic. Have you ever who's ever played this game before? All right, very good, Brian. Nice. So how this game works is that everybody is going to bring something to the picnic that starts with the same letter of the alphabet as their name. So my name is Counselor Janice, and I'm going to bring jam to the picnic. Now the next person that goes, everybody get in a circle. That's important. And the next person that goes is going to be bringing something else to the camp or the picnic that starts with the first letter of their name. And they're going to have to say the name and item that the previous people brought. So this is great for learning each other's names and getting to know each other. Yes, Gilbert.
I didn't know that we had to bring food for a picnic. I didn't bring anything.
No, this is all very figurative. We're just playing make-believe, so I don't have any jam either.
I want a jam.
So, Gilbert, can you think of something that starts with the letter G that you would bring on a picnic? Imaginatively?
My name's Gilbert, and I would bring gerbils.
Gerbil, very nice. That's going to be
For
a very
petting.
fun picnic. All right, so let's go around in the circle, and for mechanical purposes of this game, as in the game that the 5 of us are currently playing.
Okay.
I believe this is going to be an action challenge, and I think it is either cunning or brains, but let me double check the distinction between those. So cunning is the character's ability to use deceit, evasion, or sneakiness to achieve their goals. Brains is a character's ability to understand and solve academic problems. So this is going to be a brains challenge. So if everybody wants to roll me a brains action, overcome a challenge move, and let me know if you get a... Yeah, I'll just go around the group. Okay, so Janice is bringing jam. Gilbert is bringing gerbils.
Yep.
What did you roll?
I rolled 1 under, which is what is that called?
A weekend.
A weak hit. I rolled
A weak hit. So you are going to be successful at remembering what Janice was bringing to the picnic, but you are going to be stressed about it.
Oh,
So
no.
gain 1 stress. All right. Next is going to be Ellie. What is Ellie bringing to the picnic?
Ellie's bringing eggs.
Eggs. And are we doing hard boil or raw?
Well, I only have an E in my first name, so they're just eggs.
All right. And what did you roll, Doug?
I got a weak.
A weak hit. All right. Cool.
Weak hit.
So you are also going to be successful at remembering everybody's items and names, but again, you're going to be stressed about it. So gain 1 stress. All right, Bobby.
You go look. Everyone looks over to Bobby, and Bobby's just sitting on the ground, like pulling grass out, not paying attention. And I rolled a crit fail. So,
Bobby. Hey,
Yeah?
Bobby. What are you bringing to the picnic?
grass.
Now, does that start with the letter B?
No, why is that relevant?
Well, because it's the game, Bobby. Can you think of something that starts with the letter B?
Bitch.
Whoa.
Oh, we don't use those words around here. We're gonna play a game real quick. All right. When we hear words we do not like, we put our hands over our mouth like this. Because we don't say those things. And we're just going to pretend that rhymes because I don't know a rhyme or game for this on the spot. But all right. So we're not going to use that word because it's not very nice. And other people are going to be offended by it. But that's okay. You're not in trouble, Bobby, okay? We're just not going to use that word. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Oh, all right. We're gonna move on for now, but I really appreciated your participation, Bobby. All right, so let's move on. And Brian, what did you roll?
So I also got a critical fail. So Brian says, I'm Brian, and I'm bringing brilliant bruschetta with Brazilian basil. Bobby's bringing the bitches. Ellie's got the eggs. Nobody and Janice has got that jam, girl.
Oh, all right.
He entirely did not hear that whole thing with Janice and Bobby.
That was very good performance, Brian. But we're gonna have to not use that word. I was just explaining it to Bobby, so it's really important that we don't use mean words at camp because it could hurt somebody. Okay?
I'm sorry, I wasn't actively listening. I'll be better. I'm sorry, Janice.
Thank you, Bobby.
Bobby turns to Brian and goes, I'll allow it.
All right, so on a fail, you do also get 1 stress. So everybody got a stress in that activity. So this is going to continue on. There's a couple other icebreakers that happen. You're going to do like the partner trust falls. You're going to do the thing where you all connect hands in the middle and then you have to get yourself out of that knot. You're gonna all what are some other good
It's like
Red Rover.
you all stand in a circle.
No.
Yeah, Red Rover.
Yes, we're gonna play Red
We're
Rover.
not going to have you play Red Rover.
Send
they be
Gilbert
standing in a
over.
circle?
Cool wall.
The giant, like,
Nurse is
colorful
only in the
parachute thing.
napkins.
Like we used to play in gym class, the giant rainbow
Oh.
parachute.
Yeah, they definitely have one of those. That's great. Perfect. Yeah. So that is going to continue on. You learn the rest of the names of all of the children. There's so many children. There are literally 12 other children. I'm not going to name all of them because that's a lot of children to role play. But the other two counselors, Todd and Ellie, Counselor Ellie, are also there as well. And you get to know all of the other children, at least to some level, before you break off for lunch. And I think this would be a good time to take a short little break. Yeah?
Sounds good.
All right. So as our campers head off to lunch, the players are going to take a little break and be back in 5 minutes. All right, we are back from break, and our characters are heading to lunch.
Lee, how's your Tamagotchi doing?
It's good. It pooped a little bit, so I have to clean that up. It's always annoying when it does that.
Yeah.
So, lunch is being served. It is going to be beans and hot dogs. How exciting for everybody. Just the
What
quintessential
was the first word?
Beans.
Oh.
Beans, baked beans and hot dogs. Quintessential summer camp.
Is it?
Yes, it
Yeah.
is. They got a vat
They're
of baked
easy.
beans that they're going.
Oh, there's no dairy in these beans, right?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
And then
Can
they
I have
got
a vegetable?
vat of boiled hot dogs, and it just the whole like dining hall reeks of boiled hot dogs.
It's a great smell as a kid. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, as a kid, loved it. Absolutely, fucking loved it. As an adult, if I had to smell a room that was just like bathed in boiled hot dog scent, I would probably throw up.
Oh no. Different strokes, I guess.
Wait, Chris, you still like your hot dogs boiled?
Oh yeah.
Oh
It's
my-
it's the preferred way. That way you don't split the hot dog. With doing it in the microwave, you always split them. But at least when you are cooking them in a boiled pot, like if they float, then they're done.
Was microwave the alternative? The default alternative? Not
I mean, we
the
did.
stove or a grill?
You can pan fry them.
Pan frying seems a little excessive, Doug.
I mean, I boil hot dogs. That's fine.
Just cook them in the pan.
But I'd rather grill them. Have nice char on them.
Yeah.
I think
So
air
I'm gonna
frying is
follow
just
up.
as good.
I've never air fried a
frying?
hot dog.
Okay.
I should do that.
Yeah.
Really good.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay, cool. So, audience, weigh in.
These
How do
are
you
boiled.
like your hot dogs cooked?
Yeah.
On
Are
the
your
hood of a
hot
car.
dogs toasted or are they not
Toasted.
toasted?
I've definitely put a hot dog in a toaster before to cook it. It works.
Ew.
Oh.
The juice is running
You're
out.
a
Bottom of
Right,
the
they have
chest.
the pan at the bottom. That's what that's for. Come on.
Yeah, you flip it upside down. Yeah.
All right, that's like literally all I had planned for this scene. Y'all are having hot dogs and baked beans. There's no challenge to eating lunch, so we're just gonna say that you all had lunch. It was wonderful. You love baked beans and hot dogs. It's great. The buns are all cold because they're not toasting each individual bun for y'all. And you have just like the little ketchup and mustard station with the giant pumps. And then there is a tub of like relish that like none of the kids touch because kids don't eat relish. But they put it out there, and it definitely looks like it was just like leftover from the camp that was here the week before, because they're like done in 2-week cycles, you know?
Oh,
Yeah.
Gilbert absolutely puts relish on his hot dog. And
Mm,
only relish on his hot dog, nothing else.
nothing
Gets
else.
food poisoning.
Gets food poisoning. Day 1.
Make
All
a
right.
con save.
No. All right. So, as we progress to the afternoon, that is when the challenges are I think we referred to them as the opening ceremony challenge games, are going to commence in the meadow. So at like 2:00, after you've had some time to eat lunch, hang out, have a little bit of downtime, let the counselors kind of just like chill and just like half-ass monitor children in a collective setting. You all start like congregating with your counselor and being like trekked down to the meadow, past all the other cabin groups, past the director's cottage and the main office. You see there's basketball, tennis, softball, riflery, archery, mini golf, volleyball, baseball, soccer. There's so many fun things to do here at Camp Black Pines. Anyways, you're all going to the meadow, where you see a series of activities having already been set up. So I would like us all to do a grit, overcome a challenge with a grit test. For the first challenge, which is going to be a rope pull. What is that called? Oh my goodness, my brain.
Tug of war.
Tug of war. Thank you.
The
A rope pull.
A rope pull, you know? The thing that you
Oh.
call it. If you, as your character, would like to opt out of playing the games, you are free to do so, and you will not have to do the overcome a challenge move.
I'll do a rope pull. I'm big. That's helpful. And I got a strong hit.
Strong hit. Cool.
And I think I get an inspiration point for getting a strong hit. Is that right?
Oh, that's how inspiration's given out. Thank you. It's okay. You still get your inspirations from that wonderful roleplay earlier, Ellie and Brian. Gorgeous. Okay, so now you also have an inspiration. And what does everybody else got?
Weak hit.
Weak hit. Okay.
Also,
Weak
a
hit
weak
is
hit.
success, but stress. So you've gained a
Not for
stress.
me.
Ellie
Is
got a
that
strong
on
hit.
everything? You just don't
Yep.
get stresses from
Passive. Correct.
Wow.
This feels pretty broken right now.
It does, but who knows? The rest of our characters might have an ace up the sleeves for different types of activities.
I investigate good.
Yeah, what was Ellie?
Oh, strong hit.
Strong hit.
Damn.
So we've got 2 strong hits, a weak hit, and
I have a weak hit, but I also am cool under pressure, so I do not gain 1 stress.
Gorgeous. All right.
We demolished that other team.
So, yeah. So you are going to win the first challenge. And progress on. And the way that this is done is that each game is like one in a series of games, and you're going up against a different cabin each time. So I think there's like what A, B, C, D, E. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's like 15 teams. Because it's like 15 total cabins. So that brings us down to like, I think it mathematically brings us down to 8 teams for the second challenge. And the game for the second challenge is going to be a type of capture the flag, where there's no physical interaction between the teams. It's really just a race of who can run from one side to the other, grab a flag, and bring it back. So this, because they don't want the kids to actually start attacking each other and things that get physical, so they have altered some of the rules of the games. This is going to, I believe, be a fitness challenge. So fitness is character's ability to use their strength, speed, and good health. So everybody make a fitness, overcome a challenge move.
I got a weak hit.
Weak hit?
Weak hit.
Weak hit?
I got
Weak hit.
strong fail, because my Heelys are still in Healy mode now.
Oh my gosh. And Ellie was a weak hit as well, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so 3 weak hits and a fail. So that is more successes than failures. So I'm going to say that you do progress, but mark off those stresses for the people who actually get that.
It's me.
I will say that because Brian failed, or got a miss is the terminology used in the system, you are going to fall and skin your knee. Mechanically, I don't think that does anything. No.
It really messes up my overalls, though, and
Really
my
messes
heart
up
is...
your overalls.
I'm crestfallen.
Beautiful.
And stress. Yeah. Right? Do you get you? I'm assuming.
Yeah,
you
they're
get
just
stress
stressed
for-
now. Yeah.
Oh, you do get a stress from misses.
Yeah, I get stressed. Yeah, I get
Okay,
stressed.
just
So I have
not
1
weak
stress.
hits. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. So that is going to bring us down to 4 teams. So we are now in the semifinals, everybody. Whoa! And this one's going to be an obstacle course. So obstacle course is going to be a combination of fitness and coordination. Or potentially awareness. So each of you pick one of those.
Just one, or fitness and
Just one. Let's get a good mix going though. So let's say that no more than 2 of you can pick one, so that we're doing a balanced group.
I'll take awareness then.
I pick coordination.
Coordination. Okay.
I can do fitness.
Fitness.
I will also do coordination.
Beautiful. All right.
Weak hit.
Weak hit.
Strong hit.
Weak hit.
All right. So you are going to progress, but mark those stresses out because that was some stiff competition. Those kids really almost caught up to you, but they didn't.
Oh, wait. Oh, this is when we can prepare things for an advantage, right? Like
if
before we do
you
things?
believe that there is going to be something that you need to do that's important. And
Okay.
you can try to describe why it's like an advantage. Like if you like
So,
if you
like-
think you're going to have to like impress somebody in order to get something done later on, that's how the advantage would play out.
But not like Bobby cutting the rope on the climby wall with that pocket knife. That's not advantage.
It would, yeah. So if you do a move like that, it would give you advantage on the next challenge in terms of both campers and cryptids, but also the next challenge in terms of the games here as well.
Okay, so emphasis on pre-planning and not reactive.
Correct.
That's my understanding.
Yeah. Yep. So if you did want to do that, you would just make a move to accomplish that goal.
That's okay. I'll save it for later.
Although I don't think you necessarily have to make a move in order to gain advantage. I think you just describe how you do it. So when you attempt to use your action stats to prepare yourself, assess a situation, or do anything to provide yourself a benefit, you are attempting to gain an advantage. Okay, so you do...
Looks like you use a skill.
roll. You use a skill to do it. If you are uncertain... Oh, because it's just a move. You declare it as a move. And then there are outcomes based on strong, weak, or miss. So,
Oh, I see.
yep. All right.
Okay.
So, you and Susie and Todrick, because they're still in your group, you 6 have made it to the final round. You feel the adrenaline rushing through you. You have a little head high, a little sugar high. All of that processed carbs is like running through your system. All the sugar from the the baked beans, because they're really sugary. There's
Yeah.
so much sugar in baked beans. You are like, this is the thrill of your life. It's the best day of your fucking life.
Wow.
And you're in
For some of
the
us.
final challenge. And the final challenge is going to be a... What should it be, y'all?
Oh.
Give me a thing. What is a
Relay race.
Back race.
Yeah, relay race would be good.
Another race.
A relay
A lot of
sack
running.
race.
Sack race could be good.
Who-
Three-legged
Hide and seek.
hide and seek.
Hide and seek. No, they don't
Team-based
want you
hide
hiding.
and seek.
Or it's like a capture the flag.
Bandit, right? Isn't that
Oh,
what-
capture the flag.
We already did capture the
Where do you-
flag.
We did.
What about
I don't know.
tag?
Yeah.
How do you judge tag?
I don't know. You're the DM. Figure it out.
Dodgeball,
balloon
dodgeball.
fight.
Oh, Dodgeball.
Water balloon fight.
Water
yeah.
balloon fight, which is basically
Yeah.
dodgeball.
Yeah.
Okay, so the rules are simple, and we're gonna say that Jimmethy is back explaining the rules. The rules are simple. It is going to be a water balloon fight, similar to dodgeball. If you get hit, you are out. And that means any splash of water. You each get 3 water balloons. So if you miss all of your shots, you are also out. The last one standing wins. And then he walks to the middle of the meadow where the 2 teams are lined up. He raises his hand. He goes, "Are you ready?"
Yeah.
The kids
Ellie already has a balloon
around
cocked
you
back.
are cheering. There's some screaming. Wow.
You like children do.
Yeah, like children do. They're just screaming. One of them just starts screaming. There's like a shrill top of their voice, just like, yeah! for no reason, and is just like shaking a bottle of Coke that she has for some reason, because she really needs more sugar. All right, and go. And you both start running at each other. You got your water balloons. They're flying, whipping past. One splashes on the ground. It's real close to you. Everybody do your fitness or coordination.
Tim, can I do something to try to gain an advantage on this task?
What would you like to try to do?
Can I bite a little hole in the water balloon and sort of, you know how you can make a thin stream of water?
Yeah.
Can I bite it and like use that to increase the range of my water balloon? So I'm holding it, but I'm holding it like a long range weapon.
Nice. All right. So, do a gain an advantage move. That is going to be a coordination.
Okay.
And then if you are successful, you'll get that modifier to your coordination or fitness overcome a challenge move.
I got a weak hit, so I think that's a +1.
Is a +1 modifier. But you do gain a stress, except you do not.
Yeah, I'm cool under pressure.
Cool. So now you can do your roll for the actual game, as you are successful in creating your water balloon stream.
I got a strong hit.
Strong hit
with coordination. Right. Does that mean I get more inspiration, or can I only have one inspiration at a time?
You can have more than one, because there's some things that use 2 inspirations.
Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Brilliant.
And then
I also get a strong hit.
Strong hit, strong hit. All right, that's 2 strong hits.
Weak hit.
A weak hit, okay.
So I got a critical roll.
No.
Oh, is it above or below the target?
Below.
All right, so critical rolls in this game. If you ever roll doubles because you roll 2d10, that is called a critical. If it is above the target, then you have a critical failure, critical miss, which is big bad. But if you roll the doubles below your target, you get a critical hit. And a critical hit does a special thing that I am going to totally read right now. Okay, critical hit. It is considered a critical hit, and something good narratively occurs in the fiction. That is all it specifies for the game facilitator. So we will roleplay how that turns out in a moment. But you are all going to be victorious. Like absurdly victorious in this final challenge, as like one of the kids slips, the water stream just sprays like across the field and hits like 3 of them in the face, like immediately out. One of the like children get hit by like 3 water balloons at the same time. Like they are just demolished.
I think Gilbert spends his entire time dodging. Because he's so big, he's just gonna be like, sorry, I can't throw shit. Just not get hit.
Beautiful. And so I think a couple things are gonna happen. One, you win. They do present you with a trophy of sorts to be displayed at your cabin for the next 2 weeks, and then return to the camp counselors. But they also are going to give you a special advantage throughout the week that you, for the first week of camp, are going to be the first table that gets served at lunch and dinner.
Ooh.
And breakfast, all meals. So as everybody arrives at the dining hall for each meal, the tables are like called up in a specific order, and you'll be the first table called for the first week of camp. How
Nice.
exciting.
Yeah.
So exciting.
We're the kings.
All right. Cool. And that's the challenges. So that kind of leads in through the rest of the day as like you all are coming down from this high. You're like trekked back to your cabin to put the trophy up on the mantle. It's not really a mantle, it's just a shelf. But they treat it like it's a mantle. And they have like moved a little space for it to sit there for the remainder of camp. Eventually, you're trekked over to the dining hall, and then eventually, the sun begins to set, and it's time for the bonfire.
Ooh, perfect. Brian prepares his harmonica.
Oh no.
He prepares it just by going like baloo, 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 baloo. You know,
You can tell that all of the counselors love this. They are so excited that one of the children brought a harmonica and is so good at playing it. I love that.
Can Bobby look for some sort of aerosol cleaning product when we're in the cafeteria, the dining hall, to steal and bring to the bonfire?
All right, that is going to be a cunning action.
That is going to be a weak hit.
All right. You find some bug spray, aerosol bug sprays, which the counselors do make a habit generally of keeping on themselves and spraying the children down, not letting them apply it themselves. And they always like make sure that they like have the kids cover their eyes, but then the counselor also like covers their eyes because kids suck at doing these things. Spray them down, turn around, spray down their back. Okay, hold out your arms, spray. And they've been pretty good about keeping it on themselves, but you do end up nicking a bottle.
Cool.
All right. It's a pretty standard bonfire. There are a lot of kids. I think I said 15 times 6. So, like, math is a thing. That gives us about 15 times 6.
90.
Oh, that's actually not too bad. It's a lot around a single bonfire. And there's about 20 staff. So it's a pretty good ratio of staff to child. So with the like 15 counselors, and there's like the main counselor, the nurse who's like out at night, so like she's not present here. There's like the dining hall staff are also not present. But in total about 20 staff. And it's pretty standard. They have a s'mores station with some safety skewers.
What are those?
Dulled on the ends so that you can't stab each other. So basically you just get to skewer the marshmallow. You can't really like put the chocolate in because it's a giant bonfire. They have like a perimeter set around it to prevent you from getting too close. And there are some camp songs that they'll teach you. There is one specific to Camp Black Pines, but the rest of them are all pretty standard fare. And I'm sure Brian has a wonderful performance to put on besides the harmonica. What's Brian's favorite camp song?
Oh, Brian, he breaks out all the great Gilbert and Sullivan songs. So he's practicing his operetta. He's practicing his patter song. So he's like, "My name is John Wellington Wells. I'm a dealer in magic and spells, in blessings and curses and epithets of prophecies, witches and bills." And he's sort of dancing around the fire. So he does a patter song and he waits for applause and he bows.
Okay, so
he's expecting people to sing in as well.
Yeah, exactly. So they had all been singing like your standard fare, like bonfire camp songs, and everybody's singing along. And then they're like, "Anybody want to lead in a song?" And like, of course, you like your hand shoots up, and you're like, "Oh my gosh, me!" So you're like, "Okay, Brian, what song are you gonna sing?" And you say it, and the counselors all kind of look at each other, and they're like, What is this? But they let you do it anyways, and you perform it, and like nobody sings along because nobody knows what the heck this song is. But they do all clap at the end. It's a little apprehensive. The counselors are like clapping because they know you need it. But the kids themselves are kind of more like, what?
WTF. Yeah.
Gilbert isn't really singing or participating. He's just writing down in his little notebook all of the bugs that are attracted to the light of the campfire. He's got his bug log.
Gorgeous. All right. So at some point, Janice, because like the counselors kind of keep their groups together because they are responsible for a specific set of children. Like that's very important that they like kind of keep track of their own 6 children. So at some point, Janice kind of like corrals the 6 of you together. So kids, how was your first day?
Delightful.
Did you have fun?
Counselor Janice.
Wow, I'm really impressed that you won. My team has never won the opening ceremony challenges before. That's so exciting.
Well, that's because you never had us before, Janice.
You are so right. All right, so I have one last activity before we're going to wrap up for today. And that is everybody gets to share their favorite thing that happened today. So I'm going to go around and everybody share their favorite thing. Why don't we start with you, Gilbert?
Oh,
what was your favorite thing?
I liked hot dogs. We don't make hot dogs a lot at home. My brother's gluten intolerant, so we can't have bread in the house.
Aw, that's really sad. Well, maybe your mom could get some of those gluten-free buns.
They're so expensive. They're too expensive. We can't afford to get gluten-free buns.
Oh.
Maybe you could try a tortilla. Like a corn tortilla.
A tortilla. It's made of corn.
Oh,
very good, Brian.
Maybe I'll see.
Well, I'm glad you like the hot dogs. Well, Brian, what was your favorite part of the day?
My favorite part was whenever we were given these great sticks, and I got to pretend that I was Inigo Montoya, and that man killed my father. And I wave around the stick that I still have.
Wow, that's really exciting and very creative, Brian. So creative. I'm glad you're having fun here at Camp Black Pines.
I love it.
What about you, Bobby? What was your favorite thing you did today?
Real quick, as Russell, who is celiac and eats a lot of things with tortillas, that really hurt me. That's it. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Spot on, though. Very economical to use for tortillas. Anyway, Bobby just kind of like, it's definitely when Ellie headshot like all those campers and made them cry.
That didn't happen. Now, did it, Ellie?
You'll never know.
With the balloons.
Right. Oh, with the balloons.
No,
Oh,
yeah,
Right,
no,
the balloons. Yes.
Water balloon.
right.
Bobby's not
That's
that
right.
disturbed.
Yeah, because you won. You all did really good in that challenge.
She got a crit.
Surprisingly good. It was kind of terrifying. But yeah, very exciting. And what about you, Ellie?
I liked the bus ride.
All right. Well,
I got to play on my Tamagotchi undisturbed for 3 hours. It was wonderful.
All right. Well, to each their own. I'm glad you're still having fun, though, right?
Well, yeah, I'm having a blast. The time of my life, you might say. She bites into a s'more and gets like marshmallow all over her mouth.
Wonderful. And she also does the same thing for Susie and Todrick. I'm not going to voice them. They are unnamed children. Or named children, but faceless and voiceless in this adventure. Great. So eventually the flames of the bonfire disappear in the distance as you trek back to cabin block B. The sound of crickets fills the air as night fully sets on the woods of Black Pines. You make your way back to the cabin. The door creaks open, smashes behind you. You hear that twang of the spring. Thank you. Wow. You hear that twang of the spring as it pulls the door shut behind you, and you can hear the sounds of moths hitting the lights on the exterior of the cabin. Inside, there is no electricity, and so Janice pulls out some camp lanterns and sets them strategically throughout the space as you all get ready for night to go to sleep. She monitors these activities, making sure everybody brushes their teeth, probably giving a toothbrush to Bobby.
Yes, absolutely.
Making sure that the green sleeping bag was actually delivered. It's still like rolled up on the bed, so she like unrolls it for Bobby as you all are getting ready. Unfortunately, there's no pillow, so she takes her own pillow and puts it there, and just kind of grabs a duffel bag of clothes, and she's gonna sleep on that tonight.
When
Janice.
Hmm?
Go ahead.
I was say when Gilbert gets into bed, his like feet hang over the end of the bed, and his sleeping bag is a child sleeping bag, so like comes up to like his waist. It's just like that's it. That's all it covers for him.
Oh my god, y'all's parents.
He also shines his flashlight out the window so he can watch the moths run into the window.
And eventually you all get into bed. Janice goes to her bed and she kind of pretends to fall asleep just to make sure that everybody else does. And when she's confident that everybody is actually sleeping, she dozes off as well. At some point in the middle of the night, you hear a scratching on the window. As you wipe the sleep from your eyes, you look out the window and you don't see anything. It's pretty dark. The light of the moon casts some long shadows on the field outside your cabin window. And then you hear a bang on the door. And then as you sit up in your beds, you look across the cabin and you notice that Janice's bed is empty. Her sheets are kind of tossed aside.
Janice, where are you?
You think that was like Cabin A playing tricks on us?
Yeah.
I didn't like that
herself out.
group. I didn't like that group. They made fun of how tall I was. But then we murdered them at Tug of War, so it's okay.
As you start to wake up, your nose begins to tingle, and it's hit with this sharp, cloying smell of ozone.
Ozone? What does that
It's
smell
like after electrical,
Like lightning,
after an electrical
yeah.
storm. Yeah.
Oh. I don't think I know what that's like.
Is this a one-room cabin?
Yeah, it's a one-room cabin. Again, something crashes on the door, slamming. The door is shaking in its frame, and then you hear, "Let me in! Let me in!"
I'll shine my flashlight on the door. I have my flashlight in bed, so I'm just gonna shine it on the door. Probably
Shine the flashlight on the door, and you hear something continue to slam on it periodically. "Let me in! Let me in! Let me in!"
Bobby's gonna shout,
Say
"Go
your
away! I
name."
have a knife!"
You shout out, and there's a couple moments of silence before again, "Let me in! Let me in! Let me in!"
Who are you?
"Let me in! Let me in! Let me in!"
I say we just barricade the door and go back to bed.
But
I
Janet's
feel bad.
probably out there.
Well, if Janice
She's
is out
probably
there, that's
dead.
her own fault. She's probably dead.
Survival of the
Maybe-
fittest.
Maybe if we let them in, but we can like throw a bag over them.
Well, cannot.
We could use a sleeping bag.
Are there any windows on the door that I can shine my light through, or front windows where I could look out onto the front?
No, so there's a couple things. So the door itself is solid, but there was a front window. It is on the far right side of the cabin, so not near the door, but you could still go up to it and try to peer outside.
Yeah, I'll turn off my flashlight and try and peer outside. See if I can let my eyes adjust to the dark.
All right. I'm going to draw from the fear deck.
Wait, is this an investigation? Do I have to roll investigate? Because I have a
If you
thing.
would like clues, you have to spend an investigation point.
Would
And
this
use
be a
it
time
for
to do it? Mechanically, would
It
this
is
be the
up
time
to
to do it?
you.
Then I mean, I could
Things
use
can be
notice.
done asynchronously in this game.
I think I will spend an investigation point and use the notice skill.
All right. So roll your notice.
That is a strong hit.
A strong hit. Okay.
Investigation.
So
I get a clue, and I get 2 inspiration points, according to the rules. Sorry, go ahead.
yes. 2 inspiration. Wow, you have like 4 now?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, cool. So oh my goodness. Where is the investigate? Oh, that's right. Okay. So investigate is on page 8 of the system guide. On a strong hit, you are successful and you may gain a clue. Plus, you gain 2 inspiration points. So, you are going to creep over to the front window of the cabin. And you're going to press your face into the glass, cupping your eyes with your hands to prevent the flashlight of your fellow campers from obscuring your vision. And it is quite dark out. But as you kind of shift your eyes over to the left, you notice a child.
No.
Standing in front of the door, but facing away. And what it is doing is holding its hands across its stomach and miming laughter.
Excuse me?
How tall is this child?
Abruptly stops
Oh,
and sprints off towards the tree line.
does
Yeah, we need to set the
the
whole damn camp on fire.
does the knocking stop too with that?
And the knocking stops. You don't hear any more pounds on the door, nor any more voices calling out to you.
Gilbert, what was it?
It looked like a kid. I think it was somebody from that cabin A. He was laughing or something, and then he ran off into the woods.
Ugh, sore losers.
Was
Oh.
an 8?
An
I
8.
drew an 8 from the fear deck, which has no
Ooh.
effect.
Oh.
It sounded kind of like a goat, too. Like a goat kid.
So are we going to go kick their ass or what?
Oh, I'm down to rebel.
Janice isn't here to get us in trouble. Now's the time. We have to set
And they
boundaries.
disrupted our... Yeah. They're just jealous that we can go to breakfast, lunch, and dinner first, and they're trying to ruin our sleep.
Yeah, grab that trophy. We'll beat them with it.
That feels a bit aggressive.
They
Should we
called you
prank
tall.
them?
Let's go.
That's true.
I am tall.
Yeah, how do we prank them? Ideas?
We could put something greasy on their door handle.
We break into the mess hall, get a bunch of chocolate syrup, and then dump it all over their floor.
Yeah. And then they'll slip when they
And
come
then
out.
release ants.
I could stand in front of their tall window and make it seem like there's a tall person watching them in their sleep.
I mean, wouldn't that just be
Dude.
you watching them in their sleep?
Oh,
Yeah, but
yeah, we could scare them.
they wouldn't
Wait.
expect. maybe they would be expecting it. It would still be
Gilbert.
scary. Yeah.
Give me your best dragon noise.
I don't know. Okay. Rawr.
From the diaphragm. The diaphragm.
The what? What's the diaphragm?
That's the spot underneath your lungs. Like if you want to really blow out a candle, like you blow from there.
Oh, I've always
So
had trouble blowing out candles on my birthday. It takes me like 3 or 4 breaths.
My family can't afford an inhaler.
Kinda.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, we try again. Rawr.
Okay, Brian, you're up.
And a 1, and a 2.
All right, so here's the plan. Gilbert, you stand in the window. Brian, you do the roar, and I'll do this. And I'll rummage my backpack, pull out the lighter and the bug spray, and do like dragon breath. And we'll scare the shit out of them.
That feels dangerous.
And I'll whack a stick
No.
really hard on the front door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm surprised that Todrick and Susie are still asleep. But I guess we could just let them sleep. There's deep sleepers.
Yeah, they really exerted themselves during all those physical challenges today.
Yeah, they tried really hard. I didn't quite understand why they were trying so hard.
I don't know. Everybody has their own internal monologues. They must be trying to impress somebody.
Okay.
All right, let's go do this prank.
I guess we're going out into the wild.
Heck yeah. Bobby opens the door.
All right, you open the door. And as you open the door, Gilbert, you notice there are scratch marks on the step up into the cabin. And off in the direction that you saw the child sprint, the ground is periodically like there's these like aggressive like prints in the ground where the dirt is like disturbed and almost dug up in like small chunks as if something took off really fast. However, it doesn't resemble what you would expect children's shoes to look like as they run through the dirt. It feels
That's
almost
weird.
hooved.
That's weird. That child must have either a child has really weird feet or they had to go with them.
A kid.
No, a goat. The kid had I'm sure there was a kid too. There was a kid and a goat or a deer. No, probably a goat. It's too small to be a deer. Too big to be a deer.
So they were riding the deer?
That's not what I saw, but maybe those crafty kids in cabin A wrangling goats.
They're just trying to scare us.
But you see, it's like a hoof. It's like is it a cloved hoof or is it a full hoof?
They're not clear prints. It's just more of like if something took off real fast and disturbed the dirt, it kind of like kicks it up in chunks. As opposed to like a shoe running on dirt where it would be trotting it down.
Oh, and the scratch marks, are they like being scratched like from the door out or like up to the door? Can I tell the direction of the scratches?
Yeah, so we're gonna need or what was your investigation stat you used?
Notice.
Notice. I think that might be a different stat. Notice the ability to pick out and determine peculiarities in an investigation scene. I am gonna say... I think that this might be a puzzles or questioning.
Okay. Would I need to spend another investigation point to
Yes,
do
you
that?
would.
Okay. Then I'm not going to do that because I need to save them.
But somebody else is welcome to do so if they want to further investigate this scene.
I'm not good at either one of those things.
You said it was questioning?
Or puzzles.
Or puzzles.
Or questioning.
I will give it a shot with some questioning.
And I'll try puzzle.
All right.
For
So you're
these
both
things.
gonna spend an investigation point. All right.
Mhm.
So puzzles is an understanding of logic puzzles and riddles. We're applying these loosely because I don't want everything to be a notice. And then questioning is an understanding of how to ask the right questions to get information. Also being applied pretty loosely here.
Okay.
I guess
I got a
I'll
weak
wait.
hit.
You got a weak hit?
Yeah, weak hit on questioning.
So you will get a stress, right? You get stresses during investigation.
And a card. And a scary card.
Cool. All right. So I have a card drawn. I'm going to flip it over. It's a 5. No
Ooh.
effect.
It's a puffball!
It is also a puffball because I have a mushroom card deck. All right. You will get 1 inspiration point. And you will notice that the claw marks are going from the door away from the door. And furthermore, it's like a series of claw marks. As if something did that many times, scraping away from the door while standing on
They
the
must have
step
gotten into the
or,
gardening shed.
like with their hand just kind of scraping it.
This seems like a really elaborate prank for the first night of 2 weeks.
I don't
That's why
know.
we
We
have to
can
make them
sustain.
harder.
Yeah. Nip it in the bud.
I still don't understand where they got the goat from. Or the hooved animal from.
I mean, there's
Maybe it was
a horse.
there's horses. Yeah.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
there are horses. Oh, well, we'll go scare them.
Yeah.
Alright. So you do see that the trail of hoof marks leads off towards cabin block A.
Told you.
Is that...
I knew it.
Are you following the tracks to figure out who you're supposed to be pranking? Or do you have a cabin in mind already that you're gonna go
Oh,
prank?
we probably should.
Isn't cabin A the answer to both of those questions?
Well, there are 3
Well, there are
cabins in
there's
cabin block
blocks.
A.
It's block.
So
cabin.
I guess we follow
Cabin
the
block
trail.
A. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out whenever we're there.
Alright, so the trail is going to lead off towards the cabin block A. But right as you're about to pass the trail that leads to the challenge courses, it diverges back that direction, and if you continue to follow it, is going to actually wrap behind cabin block A towards the tree line up north of camp.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Do
Why
they,
would
like-
they?
I'm gonna peek into the high windows of cabin block A and see if there are any children missing from their beds.
So as you look into each of the windows in cabin block A, you peer into a dark room that seems relatively undisturbed. There are children in every bunk. There are 2 counselors missing, but the 3rd counselor is there.
I report my findings back to the group. It looks like they're all there. I mean, I think they'd be like still be like giggling to themselves, but I didn't see anybody.
Yeah. And you said there are 2 counselors missing. I wonder where they are.
Do you think that the counselors pranked us? No, it was definitely a kid that I saw. It was too small to be a counselor.
Yeah. And what do they have against us?
Maybe it was Janice. They don't like Janice.
Maybe they're mad Janice's group finally won.
For the first time
That's a good
ever.
point. Well, we'll save this prank for another day, but I'm kind of curious about the hoof marks, though. Should we follow it?
I mean, we're already outside. We're already breaking the rules. We might as well just keep going.
I mean, I'm nervous about
Okay.
going into the woods at night. We're not supposed
You
to
have a
do
flashlight.
that. It's true. It's scary.
Where is your sense of camp adventure?
In my books.
Well, do you have a book on you?
No.
Well, that's unfortunate for you. Let's go.
Okay. Gilbert will walk in the back.
The most precocious 10-year-old in the world.
Alright. It's at this point that you hear someone laughing over to the west where the crafting huts are. You're just like, and then you hear the clink of glass. It kind of like echoes through the woods. But you turn your flashlight towards the tree line and you start pressing in.
Wait, but do we want to check out the laughing? That seems interesting and not in the woods.
Yeah. It's probably those counselors drinking beers in bottles
Or glasses.
or glasses, either or.
Oh.
They could be having cookies and milk without us. She's very upset. Ellie is just distraught at this thought.
This trail's going to be here, but those laughters might not be. So maybe the laughs first.
Okay, but let's be quiet. We don't want them to see us.
Alright. I am gonna need all of you to make a overcome a challenge move, and the stat is going to be cunning.
Ooh, perfect.
Okay, I am going to spend a inspiration point to give myself a confidence boost because I am bad at cunning. So a confidence boost will give me a +2 on my modifier. Oh, nice.
I got a weak hit.
Weak hit,
I got a strong hit.
strong hit,
I got to miss.
a miss.
Weak hit.
Weak hit. Alright. Add up those stresses.
And I get my inspiration back.
Oh yeah, because you got a strong hit. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Alright. So, as you follow the sound of laughter, you slowly start to hear more muffled voices. And you do see some light casting from the far west crafting hut. You can see in through the window that there's a couple counselors, and they're all talking and laughing, and you guessed it, drinking.
I think this is an orgy.
What?
Yeah.
What's that?
I was hanging out with my older cousin once, and he was talking about an orgy, and my dad was like, well, that's where adults get together and have a lot of fun together. This
I like
an
fun.
orgy. Yeah, but it's adults. Kids can't have orgies. That's what he said. Only adults can have orgies.
That seems rude.
Yeah, it seems exclusive. But so is alcohol. So, you know.
Yeah.
Todd, no, don't do that.
It's definitely an orgy.
Well. Anyway.
Gosh,
Is Janice in there?
Janice.
Janice is in there.
Yeah.
They're
Peak.
fine. They're all fast asleep. Nothing's waking them up. They're children.
Have you met
No.
children? Brad, whatever his name is.
Back. Like, I feel very.
We gotta go.
irresponsible. Just stay for like one more drink. We're having fun. Do you want to spin the bottle?
Wow.
So you just hear them kind of going back and forth and having this conversation.
Adults are
Oh,
weird.
Yeah. Well, it's good that Janice is still alive.
What? Why?
do you mean
Why was that
alive?
ever in question?
I don't know. Whenever I see an empty bed and claw marks, I think abduction. So I thought she might have been stolen.
By what? Clawed aliens?
Stranger things have happened.
Like bug
Brad.
aliens.
Bride, have you seen aliens?
I'm not at liberty to say, but maybe. I did used to live in Arizona.
My mom accidentally let me watch Super Trooper once because they said there were bug aliens in it. That movie is not for children.
Definitely not.
Is that the one where like they're all high in the state trooper car?
No, that's the space one where they fight aliens in space. Big bug aliens.
Oh.
I think you're thinking of Starship Troopers.
Sure. I'm a
Yeah.
kid. I don't remember the names of things.
Oh wait, so Super Troopers is the cop one. Okay.
Yeah.
It is a cop one.
I meant Starship. Wait, no, what is it called? Is that what it's called?
Starship Troopers.
Trooper.
At least
Oh.
great at pop culture.
Gilbert is not. Oh, yep, Starship Troopers. That's what I meant.
All right. I said one more. That was it. Time to get back.
I think we should go.
Is that Janice?
We should
It's
go.
Janice's voice.
Okay,
She's a
yeah.
little
Ellie takes
less,
off at a sprint.
like perky when she's talking to adults.
Gotcha.
All right, so you hear her saying that and take off sprinting back to the cabins. You make your way back into your cabin in Block B, close the door, and jump into bed and pretend to be asleep. A couple minutes later, you hear the door creak open. She slowly and quietly closes it behind her, so you just hear that kind of creak the spring makes as she kind of slowly places the door back in its place. Turns the knob and kind of muffles it a little bit to pull it shut. And she tiptoes over to her bed, pulls open the sheets, and climbs into bed. You wait to listen for the sounds of the night, but eventually you drift off to sleep. would we like to take a little break as our characters
Take a little nap.
sleeping? Yeah, before we wake up. All
Sounds
right,
good.
so we're going to take a little 5-minute break, everybody, and we will be back shortly. All right, we're back from break. So, to recap, we are sleeping. There's not much else to say. You're sleeping after sneaking out of the cabin to try to prank back whom you assume is somebody from cabin's block A. But unfortunately, the trail did not lead there. It led into the woods. And you had to scramble back to bed because you heard the counselors, who were having some fun in the crafting huts, making their way back to their respective cabins to check in on the children. You wake up the next morning, well rested and refreshed. Your children, of course. You always sleep well.
Naturally.
Naturally, you are spry, energetic, ready to talk to each other some more and do some fun activities. You wake
I'm
up.
hoping we get to craft. Yeah.
Yeah, go to breakfast. And
Eat first.
yeah, breakfast
Is for
the
our
first
right.
thing. Yeah. They get Janice gets you ready in the morning, takes you off to brekkie, and then the rest of camp is done in a fashion where you sign up for the activities that you want to do, and they make sure that they do like handoffs. So you can go do different activities with different groups of people throughout the day. And the counselors will like lead different activities and hand off their kids when there's like a rotation. So everything's done in blocks. So you have like a 3-hour block of doing crafts, and then you go do 3 hours of riflery, which sounds like a lot of riflery. I guess like the first 2 hours are really just safety and rules. But
so.
it's all done in blocks like that. So you get like 2 morning activities, 2 afternoon activities. There's not a bonfire every night, but there's usually like a nighttime like cabin activity, either like a scavenger hunt in the cabin or like singing songs or some sort of thing. So like you kind of get briefed on all of that throughout breakfast. This is the time they spend giving you all of that information. They put up the sign-up sheets on the billboard, bulletin board, and you all kind of crowd around it and do your sign-ups. Actually, they probably have multiple bulletin boards for the different types of activities. So there's like one dedicated to sports, one dedicated to all of the like arts and crafts type of things, one dedicated to like nature survivalist type stuff. So you can kind of spread out. Is there a type of activity that you all want to sign up for?
As a group?
I mean, to make it easy on me, yes, please, as a group.
Yeah.
Guts.
Gilbert would want to science, but would probably follow the group if everybody else wanted to do something else.
What does science
is in
say?
quotation marks on the sign-up sheet.
I want to go look at bugs.
Oh. Yeah, we could do science.
Like the survival course.
Oh, there is actually like a naturalist naturalist course that you can go do. The description is something about like cataloging and learning about creatures.
As long as there aren't birds, I am down. I'm trying to push my comfort zone.
What's wrong with birds?
I don't like birds. Birds are scary. Birds are bad. I don't like them.
We are in a forest. There are birds everywhere.
I thought this was going to be a theater camp. I was misled by my parents. And honestly, Jimmethy, you made it seem a lot more fun than but
I just have this image of your parents just being like, all right, Brian, we're going to send you off to theater camp, right? You're excited about theater camp? Okay, get in the
I got my
car.
posters. Yeah. He's singing all the way to the bus stop. Yeah.
Your dad puts
Let's
on
go.
like light rock and just blasts it the whole ride to try to drown you out. What?
Let it go. Brian in the background.
Let it
go.
Oh God.
Oh my gosh. Okay, cool. So, is that the vote? Is the naturalist course?
Only if everybody else wants to do it.
Yeah.
That's just what
Alright.
Gilbert wants to do.
Yeah.
All right. So you are going to be after breakfast. They are all gonna hold up the like various counselors are gonna hold up signs that are like the name of whatever activity it is. So you find the lady who is in charge of the naturalist course. She is like frizzy blonde hair, tied into like a really loose ponytail because it's just a lot of hair to try to like put into one of those scrunchies. So it's like real stretched out. She has like high boots on with the, the covers that go over your boots to prevent sticks and shit from going in it. She has those with like knee-high socks that come out the top of them. And she has like a bandana tied around her neck. And she's wearing one of those like, what do you call those hats that are just like a bucket hat? Yeah, she's wearing a bucket hat, like an outdoorsy bucket hat. And she has some like thick rimmed, like gold rimmed glasses with like a pretty thick lens in them too. And as you're like all congregating around her, she has like a clipboard with a sign-up sheet on it, and she's like calling out your names. She's like, Brian.
That's me.
All right, Bobby.
Yo.
Ellie.
Hi.
Gilbert.
Hello, that's me.
Tony.
So,
Who's counting?
Ellen. And Sage. All right.
Sage.
All right. I got I'm counting 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Great. If you don't mind following me, we're going to go out towards the trailhead 1. That's where we're going to be having our survivalist naturalist. Yeah, that's what I'm running right now. The naturalist course. Are you excited to go catalog trees?
Yeah.
Oh, trees. I didn't read that detail. I thought it was
All
more like,
right.
it's okay.
Okay, my name is Suzanne. And I am going to be the professor of naturalism today here at Black Pines Camp. I have been coming out to camp every year for the last 7 years. I myself was a camper when I first started coming here, and I just fell in love with the camp. And now I am one of your counselors, and I am very excited to be going and teaching you all about the various trees that you can find here in the Appalachias. All right? All right, so follow me, and she's going to lead you up towards the trailhead 1. Past the gardens. You can still see from, like, the trailhead, the crafting huts and the badminton court. And there are some picnic tables by the trailhead that she, like, plops down at one of the picnic tables and kind of motions for you all to sit there. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about the various trees that you can find here in the Appalachia. Most of the trees in this particular forest are going to be a kind of pine.
Spruce.
Which is a coniferous tree. And that means that it is going to be green all year round. Yes, what did you say your name was? Gilbert?
How can a tree be carnivorous?
No, coniferous.
Oh, I don't.
It has an F in it. CONIFEROUS, I think.
Oh, I thought you said carnivorous. I was like, animals can. I know carnivorous.
Coniferous.
Some bugs are carnivorous.
Yeah.
That is true. Can you tell me what other kinds of things are carnivorous?
Some mammals are carnivorous. Every type of animal can be carnivorous.
Great. Wow, I see you are already a naturalist. Soon you'll be teaching this course.
Oh, okay.
All right. Other types of trees you might find here in the Appalachia are maple and oak. They are considered deciduous, which means they are not green all year round. Their leaves fall off every autumn. Now, I have this booklet here that has pictures of the various leaves of the trees that you might find here. There are a couple others that are a little rarer. You can have some birch trees. You might even find a beech tree. And I think there is a willow if you follow the trail down into the basin by the lake. So, but we're not going to be going that far. So if you do find a willow tree in a lake, please turn back and meet me back here, please. We're not going to be going really far, so make sure you can see me at all times. We're just going to walk along this trail, and I just want you to find a leaf that matches each of the ones here in the book. And you're going to mark that off. And I have some crayons so you can color in the leaves if you would like to do so. And then I want you to find the tree that those leaves fell from. When it comes to the carnivorous ones, then I would like you to find the pine needles and find the tree that goes to. You're going to have... Brian, was it?
When are we going to learn about the animals?
Well, after we do trees, we have about an hour to do trees. Then we're going to do some critter tracking. And then the final section is all about bugs. Yes.
Oh no, I'm thinking about bugs. Oh, but are there any hoofed animals that live in this woods?
Why, yes, there are. There are some white-tailed deer. Their populations have been declining in recent years due to wasting deer disease. And that's probably all you'll encounter. However, deer are extremely skittish, so you probably won't see them at all.
But they wouldn't come into camp?
Well, they'll come into camp if there are any people around to spook them.
Oh.
But the moment they hear a human voice, they skedaddle right on out of there.
And they're not like parrots. They can't make noises, right? They can't say things?
Well, not in a language you and I could understand.
Oh, okay.
Do they like to make loud banging noises on doors?
No, they don't. These are very specific and strange questions.
Well, I'm a strange kid.
All right. No, deers are very skittish. They don't really come around people. They tend not to be very aggressive unless cornered. But even then, they're more likely to jump over you than to attack you.
No other
Thanks for the info.
creatures? Animals?
No, nothing wild in these woods.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right, then. Well, why don't you all collect a piece of paper with the leaves on it and some crayons and just stay within this like little area here. Make sure you can see me at all times and come back to me once you found all of the leaves and respective trees. Yeah?
Counselor
Suze.
Suzanne,
Yeah.
which direction was that willow tree so we know not to go that way?
Oh, you'd have to go about 5 miles in on the trail. It's going to
5
take
miles.
so please don't do that.
No, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
All right. So you collect your paper, your crayons, you go off, you start tracing leaves,
No, we don't.
coloring
No.
leaves. Julie,
No, we
what are you
don't.
doing?
Also,
What are you
no.
doing?
We want to go find that trail into the forest.
Yeah.
I mean, you're at the trailhead. It's a well-marked trail.
No,
This
no,
is
no,
a
no,
summer
no.
camp.
The deer trail.
Can we-
you're looking-
The
Yeah,
goat
can we
trail.
work our way towards where the hooves were?
Yeah,
Yeah.
From
because
where
that's
we are?
behind A. If that's behind Camp A, based on the map that I'm saying, we should be pretty close to it. We just got to go through the gardens.
Yeah.
All right.
But we should hug the tree line so we are not seen.
Or go through the trees. I mean, we have to go into the trees anyways to find the leaves.
Yeah.
Right.
So let's just randomly head east and hope we find footprints.
So I am going to need you all to make a cunning action.
Nice.
I will make myself confident again. I did it again. That's a strong hit.
Strong hit. All right.
I also got a strong hit.
Don't forget to get your inspiration for strong hits.
I see that face.
I got a weak
Doug.
hit.
I got a critical miss.
Oh, miss. Gorgeous. All right. So, you gain a stress. And as the four of you are trying to sneak off towards where you saw the hoof prints making its way into the forest, Suzanne is gonna call your name. Ellie, what are you doing over there? Stay with the group, please.
Fine.
Come on over here. I think I saw a maple leaf over here on the trail.
Oh, you think you saw a maple leaf? Wow, Suze, that's real cool.
Don't get spicy with me.
Oh, I'm not spicy. I'm sour.
Okay. If there's something else you'd rather be doing, just do it over here where I can see ya. Well, let me count.
Fine.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Weren't there 7 of you?
No.
No. I thought I had
No,
7.
there were 7 of us, including you.
And she starts looking at the clipboard, and she's just like, Brian, Bobby, Ellie, Gilbert, Tony, Ellen.
C6.
Suzanne.
Oh, I guess there were only 6 of you. All right.
Excuse me? Phantom child?
There's Sage.
At this point, the 3 of them, or the 3 of you all, have skirted around, and you find the tracks.
Oh, so we had got away.
You got away. Yeah. The 3 of you got away.
Oh,
She doesn't see you.
okay.
We just left Ellie behind.
So yeah, Ellie, you're kind of stuck with the group because of your mess.
It's fine. I'm
Oh.
playing with a Tamagotchi, ignoring the assignment.
I'm also going to draw a fear deck card because of what just happened.
It's an 8.
It's an 8,
Yeah.
which has no effect. All right, so you make your way over to the track. You see that it leads into the forest, and you can follow it for a little while. But I am going to need an investigation. I think it's going to be like a nature, or what would be something else here? So, investigation. Understand.
Is there anything we can glean without spending an investigation point?
There will potentially be so, using action stats. Yes. So the alternative is that we could do action stats. When you spend an investigation point, you automatically get a clue with the potential of getting an additional clue. When you use action stats, you could potentially progress into a story scene. And with every new scene, there is an automatic clue. So that's kind of how it rewards your, like, various activities.
Gotcha.
I mean,
Well,
I spent a lot of time in the woods. I'll take a look.
Go for it.
I will also accept the notice, but to track through the woods to find where this leads.
I
off.
spent an investigation, and I got a weak hit for nature.
A weak hit for nature?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so that is success with stress, but you don't get stress.
I think you do for investigation, right?
Oh,
It's different.
Investigation is different type of move. So your badge is cool under pressure when overcoming a challenge move. So it's only overcoming challenges.
Okay.
So yes, you are still going to gain a stress during. Right? Is investigation gets a stress?
Investigation is stress and one
Okay. Inspiration.
One
Oh, no,
card.
It's different. Is you gain a clue, one inspiration,
Bro.
and a fear deck. That's how it goes. So there's no stress associated with investigate.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe depending on what you draw, maybe.
So we're gonna draw a card, but you are gonna get an inspiration. So mark that off. It's a 10. So no
Done. Oh.
effect.
hard to tell with those cards. Everything looks like face cards.
Yeah.
For the audience listening at home, bad things happen when face cards are drawn.
Face cards. We're looking for Jack, Queens, Kings, and Aces. So nothing happens on a 10. But you are going to be able to follow the trail. And the trail is going to lead to a small clearing in the woods near where the actual trail head would have met up with. So if you were to have followed the trail down a while, you can kind of see it through the trees, the actual trail from where you are right now. But there's a small clearing where there is a dead deer carcass. You see blood, and there is a spillage of guts coming from its abdomen.
Ooh.
And there does appear to have been a struggle. Everywhere in the immediate vicinity is disturbed, leaves and dirt kicked up all over, scratch marks in the ground, hoof marks, and all sorts of other disturbances.
Cool. Bobby's going to run up and start poking it with a big stick.
Must be this wasted deer that Councilor Suzanne was talking about. It exploded.
What?
Yeah, the guts are all everywhere.
It makes them explode?
I've never heard of animals exploding just spontaneously before.
Cows can explode. They have methane inside of them, and if you light them on fire, it can explode.
Wow.
Do you think there are any cows here?
I don't know.
But this is clearly a deer, right?
Yeah, this is a deer.
Gross.
Is there evidence of anything else around the
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing else.
What caused the
seems
deer
to
explosion?
catch your attention. I mean, it does seem like there was a slash across the abdomen of the deer, which is what killed it. The guts are hanging out. It doesn't look like anything ate the deer, though. Other than flies and a couple maggots that you notice, it seems relatively untouched.
Gilbert writes in his bug journal about the maggots and the flies.
And as the
16 flies.
again, those pricks, as that same smell, that almost metallic, blood-like smell hits your nose.
Ozone. Where's the origin of this smell?
It kind of hit when the breeze shifted. It seems subtle. Not as strong as it was last night.
This was, I guess the deer was near our, the deer can't yell at, right? We all heard the yelling.
Yeah, and you said it looked like a child?
Yeah, it looked like a laughing kid that ran away into the woods.
Eerie. Do I know, can I do like a folklore check to, like, do I recall any Appalachian tales of like shapeshifters?
Yeah, so you'll spend an investigation check and do a folklore stat.
It's a skinwalker.
That's 2. No, that's a double fail. That's a miss.
Okay. A miss on an investigation is...
Can I also try?
3 cards from the field.
Oh, shit.
which is really bad because I have a +7 and I rolled a 9 and a 10.
You could spend inspiration to re-roll. That is.
Oh yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that instead. I'll use one of my inspirations to re-roll.
All right.
Okay, I got a strong hit because I got a 1 and a 5.
Strong hit. All right. In terms of folklore
The disappointment.
in the Appalachia, there's a tale that goes around the Appalachia area that if you hear a whistle in the woods, or if you hear your name called in the woods, and you can't confirm the voice, to not respond. You've also heard a tale told by your parents of something that whistles back. You have heard all sorts of stories of various beasts or beast-like creatures that haunt the nights in the Appalachians. And you kind of... One in particular comes to mind of the Goat Man. You don't remember too much about what the Goat Man does, other than it seems to be attracted to children who wander alone in the woods.
Well, that's good because we're. Oh, where did we go? Oh no! Did Ellie get eaten?
No, she got caught by what's her face.
Oh, Suzanne.
All right,
Um,
back to Ellie, who is with Suzanne. So, Ellie, what are you doing as Suzanne has corralled you back to the group?
Ellie is just she's coloring in her own sheet, but also 3 other sheets, so that she can like cover for the others in her group.
Fair, honestly. Good move.
And yeah, she's collecting leaves and pine needles. She doesn't care what they are. She's just picking up random leaves at this point and being like, "Is this it? No? Okay. Is this it? No? Okay." Just like wasting her time as much as possible.
You are the annoying child.
Yeah.
That counselors probably dread having. This one? This one?
All right. So while you do that, you see Suzanne, Counselor Suzanne, is kind of walking around, making rounds, checking on each of the children. And you can tell that each time she does so, she's kind of like keeping count. So she's just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, that's great. Wait. Where are the boys? There were like 3 of them. They were... Ellie.
Yeah.
Weren't you talking and hanging out with like 3 other kids?
Are you talking about back in my cabin? Yeah.
Weren't they here?
Was who here?
Brian, Bobby, and Gilbert.
Oh, I know them. What about them?
Well, they're on my sign-up sheet.
Okay. That's cool.
Where did they go?
Am I on there?
Ellie, yeah, you're
I don't
on my
know.
sign-up sheet too. Where did they go? Do you know where they went?
No, I've just been doing the assignment since you told me to do the assignment.
Oh, okay. We're gonna have to go look for them. Everybody, gather up. Gather around.
Oh wait, I think I know. I saw them wandering that way, and she points in the opposite direction that they were going.
Okay, well, we're all gonna have to move as a group so we can go find Brian, Bobby, and Gilbert. If you all gather up here, we will go get ongoing. So okay, let me just do a real quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, 5 of us are here. Let's go find the other 3. Okay.
Maybe one of us should stay back in case they come back, and then they can tell them to wait here for when you guys get out.
Unfortunately, that is not how we do it here at Camp Black Pines. If a child goes missing, I'm supposed to phone it into the main office, which I'm going to do right now. But I need to make sure that all the rest of the children stay together, okay?
Okay, but I don't think they're missing. I think they're just on the trail.
Well, that is for the adults to decide, Ellie. And we are going to gather around. So everybody stay with me, okay? And
Wasn't
she's
there
gonna
7 of
start
us?
heading off towards that direction.
Yeah. Who's the extra child now?
What was that?
7. I thought there was supposed to be 7 on the sign-up sheet.
I thought there were 8.
There was 8? I thought there was 6.
Brian,
7.
Bobby, Ellie, Gilbert, Tony.
Ellie's just trying to stall as long as she can at this point.
Oh yeah,
Can we
there are only
Who is the
7.
extra child?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh.
4. There's 4 of you. Okay. Oh, phew, you had me frightened there for a moment, Ellie.
Sorry, I can't count. I'm 10.
Okay. Well, everybody follow me. We're going to head in that direction. You said that that's where they went, Ellie?
I think so. I'm not good at directions. I spun around really fast earlier, so I'm kind of dizzy still.
All right.
Professional
Well,
distractor.
And she pulls out her walkie-talkie and she goes, okay, we have a missing child up here at Trailhead 1 for the Naturalist Course. If I could have a runner sent up here just in case they come back to our station. And then I am going to bring the... Oh, actually, I'll just wait for the runner. I'll leave these children with them, and I will go search for... Yeah, it's Brian, Bobby, and Gilbert. They've been hanging out together, so I'm pretty confident that they're all together. Yeah, I know Bobby's in the group, of course. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably just some more shenanigans. Okay. Anyways, I'll wait here for the runner, and then we can go look for the 3 boys. They can't have gotten very far. We were just coloring and finding leaves. It's only been about 5 minutes. They really can't get that far. Okay. Yeah. Great, thanks. Bye. And she gets off the walkie-talkie, and she goes, okay, so change of plans. We're all going to wait here. They're going to send somebody, and then I'm going to hand you off to that person. You're going to have to stay with them, okay? Ellie?
Oh, you were pointing at me. Okay. I will do my best.
These children every year. All right. Eventually, another counselor comes. They sit down, sit everybody at the picnic table. Now, like everybody is sitting at the picnic table. And Suzanne goes off in that direction, the wrong direction. Let's pivot back to the boys. So what are you all doing?
And,
Yeah.
cataloging the ghost man and trying to think of any other creatures, but I think we kind of hit a dead end in terms of, well, if this goat man's out there, we just have to keep our eyes peeled, I guess.
I mean, it's probably just a. That's not real. Goatman's not real. It's just a fictional. Just a story that parents tell their kids to scare them, right?
But you heard the voice. The voice was bleeding like a goat, and it was saying, "Let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in."
Yeah, but a kid can make that noise. Let me in.
But can it make hooves?
Maybe.
Bobby's just gonna go. Denial is a river in Egypt, or whatever the kids say.
What a burn!
We should go back. I don't want to be out. I don't want to be out here anymore.
Yeah.
Something killed this thing, and I don't like it.
That away.
All right.
I guess we'll head back on the trail. Excuse me. You said the trail was near here, right?
The trail was in sight. You can follow it back to the trailhead. And as you arrive, you see Ellie, Tony, Ellen. Why do I keep making everybody the same names? Ellen and Sage sitting at the table with the runner, whose name is Jack.
Ooh.
And as he notices you, he goes, "Oh, great, awesome. You must be Brian, Bobby, and Gilbert. Is that right?"
That would be us.
All right, cool. Yeah, let me just ring up Suzanne real quick and let her know that we found you. Yeah, kids, stay with your counselor. That's really important. We're here as adults responsible for your well-being, and it's important that we know where you are at all times. These are very vast woods, and getting lost could potentially lead to some dangerous situations. Yes, I don't know your name. What was your...
I'm Gilbert.
Gilbert.
I'm Gilbert.
Yeah.
She said to go find some leaves in the woods.
Yeah.
I did.
But like, make sure you stay within the vicinity. That if a counselor is able to like call out your name or look around and make sure that you're still present, that's important.
Oh, okay.
Hold on one moment. I will just ring her up and let her know that we found you.
Bobby is just gonna like mutter, well, maybe if she was at Drinky last night, she would have noticed us leaving.
Yeah, Suzanne, we found the kids. They came back to the picnic table, so you can head right on back, and I will pass them back off to you. But maybe I'll stick around for a bit. These ones seem to be a little bit of a trouble. So, yeah. See you soon. Okay, cool. And he hangs up. Yeah, kids, there's been, like... I don't want to, like, scare you, but, like... There's animals in the woods, and y'all, I mean, besides you, the rest of you are all so tiny that, like, it's important that we do pay a little bit of attention. There are bears in the woods, and while they're often try to avoid people, there are always situations, and something wandered into the football field last night and killed a deer, and we've just been having to clean that up. And I just want to make sure that if there's something that's been in the area, that we're just like extra cautious. So if you could just, I don't know, like help us out here, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, well, you might want to keep an eye on the inside of camp, because we've there was something weird last night.
Yeah. What kind of weird are you talking about?
The goat man.
Yeah. There was somebody screaming on our steps. They scratched deep into the porch. There were weird hoof marks and a dead deer at the end of them.
Wow. I appreciate your active imagination, children. I will always be so amazed by your capacity to entertain yourselves. Oh, that's Suzanne right there. So I'm gonna hand off the 8 of you right now.
8. Excuse
Suzanne,
me?
here you go. I'm just gonna hang out for a little bit and make sure. Yeah, why don't you come on over here? Yeah, you over there. You've been standing there for a while. And as you turn your head, you see a child, maybe 20 feet off,
No.
facing the forest. They have brown hair, cut kind of like a bowl cut, plaid, jeans, and they just kind of stand there for a little while. And then you hear, "Run! Run! Run!" And they
No.
sprint off into the woods. What the fuck? I'll go after them. Suzanne, here's your kids. I will go find out who is that. And he takes off running down the street, and Suzanne picks a clipboard up off the picnic table, and she goes looking at it, and she's like, Brian, Bobby, Ellie, Gilbert, Tony, Ellen, Sage. I don't know who that is. Do you know who that is, kids?
Do I recognize, was that the small child who was laughing in the woods?
No,
No? Okay.
different child. Do you know who that is?
It's me.
No.
Mm-mm.
They didn't come here with us. I only have 7 of you on my list. Okay,
Maybe
well,
he's a ghost.
hopefully Jack is able to catch them. I mean, they're a child. How fast can they run? Anyways, I think this is probably best that we call this activity, and we're just going to go back to the main office for a little bit. I'm sure they have some crossword puzzles that you could all do while we figure out what's going on with that situation. This is just a lot of things have happened, and I want to make sure you're all safe. So let's go back to the main office, and once this block is over, you can transition on to the next activity, okay? Alright. So she's going to take you back to the main office. You hear, like, her and, like, the main counselor talking in a closed room. They, like, sit you down in, like, the main area of the office. They're, like, talking for a little while. There is a window, so you see that, like, she's constantly kind of, like, peeking over, making sure you're all still there. They seem a little frantic, if you had to gauge the tone of the conversation, but it's really muffled, and they're trying to keep their voices pretty low, because they're not supposed to, like, be having these types of conversations in front of campers. Anything you would like to do during this? She's pretty vigilant. Now she is, I should say.
Should we try to coax more information out of them? We
I don't
there's
know.
a bear
Counselors are
attack.
pretty dumb from my experience.
Hmm.
Is there any interesting like books around the office, like older books that have like history of the area or anything like that?
Yeah, there are all sorts of reading material in the main office. Lots of brochures, there's books, there's lots of maps pinned up on bulletin boards. This is like if you went to the like state park visitor center, that's kind of what this building is. So lots of things. Would you like to spend an investigation and roll a stat in order to find something of use?
Sure, why not?
I think this could be I'll accept folklore, history, language, based on what you are looking for.
Okay. I will roll for folklore.
All right.
Well, that was a a miss, total miss.
A miss. All right. Do you have any inspiration you would like to
I
spend?
do, and I would like to
Okay.
re-roll, I think, with it. So I'll just do that. Oh my god. No, miss again.
Miss again. Okay.
Yeah.
3 cards. I'm holding up 3 cards and I'm going to reveal them one at a time because suspense. The first one is a 6. Nothing happens. The second one is an 8. Nothing happens. The final card is a 6. Nothing happens.
Jeez. We are lucking out.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be drawing from the fear deck more than I am. That might be part of the issue.
Can I do an investigate to overhear what the counselors are talking about in hushed tone?
Sure. Give me an investigate. And I think that's going to be a notice. Or is
I'm gonna
etiquette
use.
a thing? What would etiquette be?
It is. It's like social norms, I think.
I could try.
y'all suck at that.
I could try
I'm good at
for.
etiquette.
Oh, understanding of conversation, social norms, and behavior. So I think this would be kind of like an insight check in other systems. Yeah. Okay, so let's do etiquette.
So I'll use an inspiration to get a +2. I think that's what I can do, right? I can use an inspiration.
Inspiration can be spent to do a couple things.
To add a... Or is this an investigate check?
So it is an investigation move, which uses an etiquette stat, and you can always spend inspiration, right?
I think
specifically
so.
Say you can't use inspiration on investigation because that would be.
It says on overcome a challenge, but it doesn't say it around investigations.
Okay. So, for some reason, I cannot spell inspiration, so I'm going to scroll to where that is in the rules.
Yeah. Confidence boost says you can use it on overcome a challenge, but could you also use it on investigate?
You cannot, because I have detective, which allows me to do that.
Gotcha. Okay. And I'll just...
Yes. So are you the only one who can do a reroll during investigation then?
No, it's not rerolls, it's adding. It's adding to your modifier. You can I can do that.
Oh, okay. So yeah, second chance you may spend 1 inspiration point to attempt 1 reroll. So that is the main one, and then investigate. Okay, it does not say anything about not using inspiration. So yeah, you can do a reroll. What was your reroll?
No, I rolled it the first time and I got a strong hit.
Strong hit. Okay, you gain 1 clue and 2 inspiration points.
Nice.
All right. So you're gonna hear them talking about the missing child, or the child that ran off into the woods. They're trying to figure out who it was, because there's been no reports of missing children other than the 3 of you, which was already resolved. So none of the other counselors have phoned in anybody missing. At one point you hear them go on their like walkie-talkie to like all of the counselors and instruct them to do like a roundup, check on the kids, make sure that everybody's accounted for. And after like a little while, they get like all like good checks from all of the counselors. So they can't figure out who it is. And then eventually, Jack phones in, saying that he lost track of the kid that ran off into the woods, that they can't figure out where he went. So they kind of like talk amongst themselves for a while, and they're like, well, if they're accounted for, all the counselors have checked in, like maybe we like send some runners around to like double check. But like if it's not a camper, like it's not really their, I don't know, they're fine. Like they'll keep an eye out.
Not their problem.
Yeah, not their problem, not their
but
liability.
it's just like, okay, maybe the child ran back to their group and now they're counted for in whatever group they were in, and so they're like, okay. So they do send some runners around, do like recounts of everybody, and like basically chalk it up as like a kid pulling a prank. But yeah, that's kind of it. So eventually, your block of time is up for the naturalist. So what did you sign up for in the second block of the day?
Riflery?
Riflery? Yeah.
I don't know.
That or archery. Can we do both? They're near each other.
They will be individual activities, but you can do one and then the next.
Mhm.
All right. So the way I'm going to play out the rest of the day is that we're just going to, for each activity, because nothing of note really happens throughout the rest of the day. But for each activity, I would like you all to do some moves to overcome a challenge, just for funsies. Because you're just doing these activities. So riflery was the first one. So you spend like a good hour going over rules, safety precautions, like over and over, making sure that they're like doing checks of everything. And at the end of the day, they're just giving you a BB gun. But they want to make sure that like you've done all of your things, and they kind of have like a couple tests where they like test your like ability to follow the instructions. So everybody give me an overcome a challenge. And we're gonna use brains.
For rifling?
Brains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to use Inspo to reroll.
Okay.
I got a weak hit.
A weak hit.
Miss.
Miss.
I still
Strong
got a
hit.
miss.
Strong hit. And you got a miss too, Chris?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Because they have kind of like the stopgate in place. Is that the term? I don't know. Doesn't matter. They have this control in place to prevent you from going into the rifle range unless you can pass your safety test. Like they give you like a little test. And unfortunately, Brian and Bobby are going to fail. So they're just going to watch everybody else, which is kind of a bummer. It's pretty boring to watch some kids slowly shoot BB guns. But for those of you who passed, now you can give me a coordination check. And make sure to mark your stress because you're frustrated by the fact you didn't get to shoot a gun.
Weak hit.
Weak hit? Alright.
Yeah.
Strong hit.
Strong hit. Okay. Ellie is so freaking good. She's shooting all the targets. Like, you're impressing the kids, but you're also impressing the adult. He's just like, damn. You're a good shot. Who taught you how to shoot
Fear
like
me.
that?
Fear me.
All right. Yeah. I like your attitude, kid. Well, that's it for Rivalry. We're going to take you off to the next activity. What did you all sign up for? Oh, I'm taking 4 of you to archery. Good thing that's right next door. And then I'm going to take the other 2 somewhere else. And so you're charted on over to... Oh, probably lunch, and then to archery. That's fair.
Which we get lunch first. So.
Yeah, we eat first.
We get lunch, come back for archery, and archery again is going to be less safety, interestingly enough, because archery is probably more dangerous than BB guns. But, because you could just stab yourself with an arrow.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not incredibly sharp. They're pretty dull. Most of them hit the target and just kind of fall to the ground regardless. But everybody gets to do this one. Make me a coordination check.
I failed.
It's a weak hit.
I gotta fail.
Weak hit.
I'll roll an inspiration to roll again. I failed again.
All right. Okay. So archery kind of happens. This one you're less skilled at as a group. Is that correct? Did anybody get a strong hit?
No.
No, just some weak hits. All right. So like you did pretty decent, Brian and Ellie. Did you get a hit? Nope, you failed too.
Bobby.
Bobby, you got a weak hit?
Yeah, weak hit.
All right. So 2 of you get some targets in. Most of them either hit the target but don't stick, or fly wide. And at this point, it's kind of like you're done with the blocks. So there's like a kind of open activity. They kind of bring everybody back to their cabins to like hang out a bit before dinner. And then you go off to dinner. And then eventually there is a cookout tonight by the campfires. So no more boiled hot dogs. You get to put them on a stick tonight. How
Nice.
exciting is that?
I'm all for this stick cuisine.
All right. So as you are like arriving, Counselor Janice has kind of corralled you all up. You are going to be the first ones to get your hot dogs and your sticks. So she's going to pass them out to all of you and just be like, all right, do you want 1 or 2?
Yo.
2 for you,
2,
Brian.
please.
Okay, 2 for Bobby.
2, please.
Cool. 2. Ellie.
Just 1, please.
Just 1, all right. And that'll be 1 for Susie and 2 for Todrick as well. Wow, the boys are having an eating competition, it looks like. And she passes you 2 hot dogs, 1 for Ellie, and a stick. All right, make sure that you keep your distance from the fire. I don't want anybody setting anything on fire. And make sure that you don't hurt your hands. If it starts to hurt, back away from the fire, okay? I'll take that as a confirmation. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. So you start like cooking hot dogs. There's just like a basket of buns being passed around, bottles of ketchup and mustard. They don't have any relish.
Damn
They don't
it!
bring the relish out to the cookout.
And
And then there are just like bowls of like potato chips. There's a potato salad, a pasta salad. And you can have like you each get like a paper plate. They put stuff on. And you can all sit around the fire as you eat dinner. And they're going to start a storytelling activity. So as they start to tell stories, there's like a bunch of like ones you've heard before. There's the I am the window viper. I've come to wipe your windows. That one. Do we all know that one?
The fuck? We
Well,
don't.
from the beginning. So I am just going to be a random counselor. I'm not going to name them, but what it starts with is you're home alone at night at the top of at the penthouse apartment of this tall skyscraper, and you get a phone call. As you answer the phone, you hear a raspy voice say the following words. I am the Viper. I'm coming up. And then there's a click as they hang up on the other end. That was weird, you think to yourself, but you go about your evening. You watch some television, you have a nice meal, until the phone rings again. As you answer it, you hear that same raspy voice. I am the Viper. I'm coming up. And then the click. They've hung up again. 2 times in a row. That's a lot for somebody to be calling, and so ominous. But you go around your apartment just getting ready for bed when the phone rings again. And a 3rd time, that same raspy voice says over the speaker, I am the Viper. I'm almost there. Now, you're starting to feel a little frightened. 3 times you've gotten a call from this unknown number, and the same raspy voice referring to themselves as a Viper. You go and you lock all your doors. You close the deadbolt. You put that little dingly thing over, slide it over to the door. You grab a chair.
The chain?
Slide the chair
What she's trying to
out
say.
the living room, and you press it up against the door until you hear a knock. But you're too afraid to answer. So you wait in bated breath. And the phone rings. You slowly make your way over and you pick up the speaker and hold it to your ear. I am the window viper. I've come to wipe your windows. And everybody
Oh my
starts
goodness.
laughing. All the kids find this fucking hilarious. It's a great story to tell to children around a campfire. Anyways, this kind of goes on until one of them wants to tell you the story of the Goat Man.
Oh.
Now, you recall the stories that they tell you about the Appalachians. Everybody who lives in the Appalachians knows not to respond to a voice unless you can confirm you know who's calling it out. And whenever you're walking alone in the woods, everybody in Appalachia knows not to whistle, because if the off chance that you hear something whistling back. But not everybody in Appalachia is well aware of the horrors of the Goat Man. No, not near enough. For if they did, they would never step foot in the wilderness of the Appalachians. No, not alone, not by themselves. But also, certainly, not at night. For the Goat Man, he's what many might call a skinwalker. And he hunts in the most devious of ways. One that is going to provoke the fear of even the most fearless. For the Goat Man, he does not always look like a goat, nor does he always look like a man. There are many times when the Goat Man looks just like a friend. But there are telltale signs of the Goat Man, things that you can do to keep yourself safe. And he pauses for a moment, waiting for the anticipation and suspense to build. The things you must do when in the Appalachians, and you think that you might be hunted by a Goat Man, are as follows. Keep count. And don't rely on your memory either, for the Goat Man is a tricksy creature of these woods. Write that down. Over and over and over, make sure that you keep track of everybody in your group. And if ever you do a count and you don't see one of their faces, they keep their back turned to you, count again. Once more for due measure. The second thing you can do to protect yourself from the horrors of the Goat Man is have a conversation with all of your friends. For you see, the Goat Man can mimic our voices, but only minimally. Only little blurts in that goat-like fashion. So, when you're walking alone in the woods, do not whistle. Do not respond when your name is called, unless you know who is calling. And always keep count. And the rest of the stories continue on. There are more funny ones. That's probably the only truly creepy one that's told. And at some point you see one of the counselors just being like, don't tell that story. They're fucking 10-year-olds. And
Our 10-year-old's probably the least likely to be afraid of a goat man.
Probably. All right. And they continue telling stories. What do you do for the remainder of the cookout?
Ellie's trying to whistle, but she can't figure out how.
Do we gather up? That sounds like our friend. That we, as I like squat on the ground to be at your eye level.
Yeah.
But the story didn't say if it was friendly, right?
Well, it talked about victims.
Oh, it did.
And there were 2 dead deer, from what you've told me.
What?
But they chalk that up to bear attacks, so I don't know.
Do bears have hooves? I don't think so.
But the deer did. Although it's curious if the goat man killed the deer, wouldn't there be 2 trails? Or maybe, I don't know.
Maybe there are goat people.
Hey, this is Appalachia. Anything can happen. So do we? I definitely think we should just not explore any further. Safety in numbers, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
And if anything, you've got your piece on you. The knife.
What?
Are you talking about the bug spray?
Oh,
flamethrower?
yeah. Shh, don't say
And the
that so
flamethrower.
loud.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it could be. Oh.
I'd like to go find the counselor who was telling that story.
Yeah. Do you have an investigation point to spend?
I mean, yes. I guess questioning? Like questioning? Because I want to ask him a question.
Ah, okay. I think you're going to need to do an active charm
Oh, God.
to get them to open up, and then your investigation will be questioning.
Okay.
This is going to be a multi-tiered thing because now they've been told not to tell children about this story.
Can I give him a benefit? Can I give him a helping hand?
Oh, how does that work?
So normally you can spend 2 inspiration points to give them a +2 modifier, but I think given one of my special badges, team player, I can use 1 inspiration point instead. So I'll spend 1 inspiration to give him a +2 to his modifier.
Oh, nice. I definitely need it for charm, so here we go. That is hit. What's the easy hit? I can't remember.
A weak hit.
A weak hit.
Okay, a weak hit on an overcoming challenge
So I take a
is
stress.
But you are successful. So now he becomes agreeable to telling you more of the stories that he knows about the goat man.
Well, that's not what I...
Your
yeah.
line of questioning. Yeah.
So I'm going to spend an inspiration and use my detective ability to up my questioning by 2. Oh, I threw a dice on the floor. Hold on. That's weak hit. How does one get rid of a goat man?
Okay. So, weak hit for investigation is a clue, inspiration point, and fear dark.
No fear deck.
No,
Because
fear
I have scholarship, which allows me to bypass the fear deck when I'm investigating and get a weak hit.
All right.
So to your
So
fear
you're
deck.
trying to figure out how to banish. Is that what?
Yeah. What do your stories say about how to get rid of a goat man or a skinwalker?
Well, all the stories of a skinwalker that I'm familiar with involve the skinwalker having some sort of primary form, one that they have to either shift off or shift into.
Okay.
Werewolves, for instance, often have various versions of the tale, but in many tales of werewolves in this area, there's this need for the werewolf to maintain their pelt in order to turn into their bestial form. Many tales of the goat walker or goat man, skinwalker, involve a similar type of mechanism where the goat man itself cannot revert to its primary form if the pelt has been destroyed. Now, there are a couple contradictory accounts of how one is to destroy said pelt, but the surefire way,
Is it fire?
from what I've read, is to bury that pelt 6 feet underground and make it unreachable for the goat man. Any attempt to burn or otherwise deface the pelt allows the skinwalker notice, and they are likely to return to the location of their pelt and wreak havoc on those intending to do it harm.
Oh, wow. That's so cool. Okay, gotta go bye. And I bring this information.
If you want to
No, I said bye.
anything more, okay. But
And I reiterate the tale to my compatriots.
Weird. Scary.
Yeah,
So we gotta dig a hole?
a big hole, a 6-foot hole, more.
Can't find the pelt.
Yeah. Where would a pelt be?
I mean, it probably has like a lair, right? In the woods.
Maybe.
Could it be by that lake that we were told not to go to?
The basin, yeah.
It's
By the
5
willow
miles
tree.
away. That seems far enough to be hidden.
I guess we gotta go find some shovels though too.
Yeah, we
Oh,
should have a
yeah.
hole prepped.
Oh yeah, because digging 6 feet probably takes like a night for children.
Yeah.
I mean,
Unless there's an excavator.
That's true.
A bobcat just lying around.
We can probably find tools by the gardens,
Oh, that's true.
True.
which is
Oh,
by the
yeah.
trailhead, which we need to go to anyway, Trailhead 1.
yeah,
Mm,
that is the last kind of physical sign that you are aware of interacting with the what you now believe to be the goat man.
Well, I guess we know what we're doing for tonight and then the next few nights of camp.
Yeah.
And we can
Does it look like we
montage
should-
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
I just want no, sorry, go ahead. We don't want to walk 5 miles and then it not be there. It's the only.
Yeah.
So find a way to narrow down the location.
Does it look like we can sneak around the counselors? Like, where are the counselors doing right now?
Yeah, I mean, the counselors are kind of hanging out with their respective groups, but this is much more social activity. Anytime you're brought together as, like, a large group like this, the, like, cabins kind of break up a little bit more. You're not, like, tethered to Janice because they have, like, a collective, responsibility. That, like, the runners will, like, kind of keep a perimeter just to make sure that, like, kids don't leave the lit area around the camp. But within that, like, there's enough adults to, like, see if a kid's gonna, like, jump in the fire. Many eyes are on Bobby. At all times now. But yeah, so that's kind of, so you can kind of like walk around. You do see that like, Counselor Jack and Suzanne are like talking. Janice is talking with Todd and Ellie, so like the ones that you met earlier yesterday, in the like neighboring cabins. And then there's just like, I mean, a bunch of other counselors, and they're keeping like watch on the children, but also like having their own side conversations.
I'll do an eavesdrop, trying to figure out if Suzanne has any more, if she's looking jumpy or like.
Yeah. So do you want to give me an investigation point? And that would be either an etiquette or a notice.
I'll do an etiquette again.
Okay.
So that's a weak success.
A weak
hit.
Okay. Or a weak hit, yes. So a weak hit on investigation. Clue, inspiration point, and fear deck. Which is a 4, so nothing happens.
Doing great.
All right. But you are actually going to overhear some things that are of interest to you. The main piece being the following. Yeah, I like lost track of that kid like near that abandoned cabin, you know, like the old groundskeeper one. And like I checked all around it. I even like went inside, but like it's a little run down, so I just like didn't go too far. But like they must have found him because like we all had our kids, right?
Well, that's intriguing. I turn to the group and I say, y'all, there's a cabin in the woods that's abandoned. Ideal location for Goatman hideout.
Well, who'd you hear that from? What'd they say?
From that guy over there, Jack, the runner.
Oh, he was the one who was running after the kid.
Yeah. He's saying, oh, well, if everybody had their kids, then there must have been no kid. Or a kid that's not their problem.
It's like the extra.
They checked in. Yeah. So, do we want to go there now? Or later after we dig the hole?
We're not being watched.
Yeah.
And we
Well,
definitely want to dig the hole first.
Yeah, hopefully Janice goes drinking again tonight. It goes back to the orgy.
Yeah.
The way the story made it sound is like the Goatman's out and about wearing the pelt at night. So don't we need to wait till it's like sleeping or in its other form during the day and get the pelt?
Yeah.
Oh, but I saw it as a kid at night.
Oh, that's fair.
So maybe it puts on other skins at night to like coax people into the woods.
Gross.
I guess we can go find out.
Okay.
Yeah, we've seen it. We've seen it in kid form in both night and the day.
So maybe it's just a kid while there's campers to
coax.
disarm us?
Oh.
Yeah,
Like
but if the tail's right, we could sneak in and grab the pelt, and it won't notice until only if we tried to like burn it or something. We should definitely dig the hole first.
Yeah, let's dig that hole tonight.
So do we wait for Janice to go to her orgy and then
I think so.
and then sneak out and dig a hole?
Yes.
Go team.
All right.
Woo.
So, how are you? Yeah. So, what I'm gonna say is that you go to bed tonight. Janice does not leave the
Not
cabin
really.
tonight, so I don't think your plan's gonna go off today. However, you have the whole next 2 weeks. The following day, you're probably gonna need to find some tools in order to do said digging.
Is there a gardening day thing?
There is a gardening day thing.
Cool. I'm gonna
Let's
throw
do
some
that.
tools into the. I'm gonna try and throw some tools into the woods, into like bushes into the woods.
Yeah. Give me a cunning.
Oh, can somebody help me?
Yeah, you want me
Whoever
to
wants to do the
roll that?
cunning.
Or yeah, whoever wants to do the cunning could do it, but that's my idea. I have bad cunning though, so I shouldn't do it.
Yeah, so somebody get cunning. And then I will say that like digging a hole at night is real hard.
They do it in the movies all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As 10-year-olds in the woods.
Well, if we dig it in the garden is ideally softer than hard-packed earth. Although I
Well,
guess
that's
we'd have
true.
to run.
We have to dig 6 feet.
6-foot hole in the middle of the garden is probably not gonna go unnoticed.
There's probably some pretty soft dirt in the woods, though. At least like in the wood line, like because
We could find a muddier,
especially under
wet-
pine, normally it's like very like soft ground, almost sand-like.
I
That's
guess,
actually that's actually a nature bit that I know.
Yeah. Okay, what was your cunning?
I got a 1 and a 4, so it's a strong success.
Strong success. Okay. So, yeah, you are able to get the tools, set them aside, slip away if you'd like to.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to slip away and dig this hole. Yeah. Okay. This is something that could take place over a series of a couple days. Now that you have the tools, you each like slip away at like opportune moments. Sneak over, dig this hole, get a little further, cover it up. And like over the process of like maybe 3 days, you do get down what you think is about 6 feet.
Can we just have Gilbert stand in it? Yeah.
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 Who's Gilbert standing in it? Who is going to be digging on day 3?
Probably Gilbert.
All right.
If that's the lowest point, I probably will save myself for the so I
On
can
day
get out.
3, Gilbert slips away and goes to finish the hole. And as you're digging, you're like throwing the dirt up. You bend over, stick the trowel in the ground, throw it up, and you raise your head and you see maybe 30 feet off. There's a kid standing in the woods.
No.
And they are just miming your digging motion.
We gotta scramble out of there. We're gonna go. I mean, it's like during the daytime, so I can easily. I mean, I can know
During
where
the
I'm
daytime.
going.
And then you're alone, right? We're not with you.
I think that's what we established.
Yeah, you're alone.
We're gonna quietly book it back to camp.
All right. So as you turn around and begin sprinting away from this creature, you just hear, "Dag!" And you run off. It doesn't chase after you, but leaves you with an uneasy feeling for the remainder of the day.
You think?
But your hole is dug. When would you like to try to give this abandoned cabin a visit? Would you like to wait for the following day, or would you like to do it at night?
Team.
I would vote for day.
Yeah, if it's out just as much during the day as during the night, I don't know if it matters too much. So day
Would
is
you-
for us.
I'll be able to do it during the day though at the same time.
Yeah, it's easier to sneak out at night.
Good point.
Do we have a sense of who the most irresponsible counselor is after a few days?
If somebody wants to spend an investigation in order to do a etiquette stat check.
I have 0 in etiquette, so I could not actually do it.
Is that you raising your hand, Chris?
Oh no, I have a 5.
A 5? I don't know what your target is. Oh, you're saying that your stat is a 5.
Yeah, I have a 5 in etiquette.
Anybody else? I think.
0.
Oh yeah, it's just you.
Remember the autism joke?
Gotcha. I'll use an inspiration to give myself, or this is I can't use it on investigate, so I'll roll on my etiquette skill, and I got a critical success. I got 2 ones.
Critical success? Okay, cool. It is definitely who was Janice talking to?
Jack.
Before?
No,
Todd?
might have been Todd.
Todrick.
Yeah, Todd.
Todrick is a camper.
Yeah, Todrick is a camper. Todd is the
Todd
counselor.
is the other counselor that
Oh.
was drinking with Janice on the first night.
Oh right.
Yeah, it's definitely Todd. Like, he actually actively is like a bad influence on the rest of the counselors, trying to constantly coax them to like go out partying at night, to just kind of like leave the kids, just like lock the door. Like, they're not gonna get out if you lock the door.
Fire hazard. Jesus.
What a room.
What is Todd's go-to activity? Like, what is his theme of activity? Is he a crafter? Is he a sports person?
Todd does the baseball every day. Every day he does baseball. Mostly because he can just pitch to the kids and make them run around in circles.
Looks like we're doing baseball and playing outfield, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Way outfield.
Way outfield. All right.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a tough one. I feel like if teams are
There's
switching
definitely
and things like
numbered
that.
teams. Yeah. Unless there's so many people that love baseball that it's always like packed. I don't know.
Yeah, how is baseball pretty packed? That's a great question.
It is one of the larger sign-up sheets because you need like a good number of kids to play, and like they're not playing actual baseball, so like they do have like extra slots. I don't know how many kids how many people are normally on a baseball field. I don't know sports.
What if we just didn't sign up for an activity for one session? Because then they would
Ellie
have no
coming
idea.
through with the ideas.
Coming through with the ideas.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Yeah, let's just pretend to sign up and not actually sign up.
Cool. So the next day, you don't sign up for anything, and as like each of the counselors is like gathering their groups, grabbing the sign-up sheets, putting it to their clipboards, counting all the children, making sure they're crossing everybody off. They start taking their groups. And like one by one, these groups are starting to filter out of the dining hall. What are you going to do to not get noticed as the last like couple groups are leaving?
Go with Todd, and then we split off when he's not looking.
Yep.
We cut through all the woodsy sections of the map.
Awesome. Okay, so you are going to kind of like pretend you're with Todd's group after he like did his check-in. You kind of like squeeze in, follow him. Like he's
the 6-foot-tall child.
He's following him, and you kind of just like follow them out of the building, and then you kind of like wing off towards the tree line. You can make your way like around through the woods, around the camp, kind of keeping an eye on the camp, but like trying to stay out of sight until you get to Trailhead 1, and you follow that up a little bit, and then the direction that you saw the kid run, you can go off into that direction through the woods. You kind of go off in the woods for a little while. And as you're heading in that direction, you see a child in the woods in front of you,
Following us.
facing away from you.
One, two, three, 4.
5.
Are you implying we jump it?
How is it like how tall is this child? Is it Ellie height or is it
Or is it Gilbert height?
Is it Gilbert height? Yeah.
Pretty, they're pretty average height for a 10 to 13-year-old child. This
Okay.
time they have long hair. They're wearing a cami.
How far back is the grave that we took?
It's over by the gardens, so it's maybe a quarter mile back.
Or logistically, how hard would it be to drag a mythological being disguised as a child a quarter of a mile and dump him in the grave?
Bury him alive instead of getting his
Yeah.
pelt?
Maybe.
I could wrap him up in my ribbon.
Recall the first night, the force in which it hit the door.
I was going to say, it's
and
my way
then
stronger than a
the
child.
force in which it propelled itself off the ground. There's something about its form is not necessarily a complete physical manifestation.
It's like a
Hence
cloaking
why
device.
there were scratch marks on the step the first night and hoof marks in the ground, even though what you saw was a child wearing shoes.
So maybe if we just walk around it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way that it actually saw us yet, right?
Okay, fair.
So we just duck into the woods and try and make our way, circumnavigate it.
Well, I mean, Jack chased it. Jack chased it.
Yeah, but Jack was an adult. It wants kids.
Well,
I look like an adult. Do you think it thinks that I'm an adult because I'm tall?
Can you deepen your voice?
Do you have any facial hair?
I probably have just the fuzzy mustache growing in. But, hey kid. What are you doing out here in the woods all by yourself? God, I sound like a creeper.
Camp!
a little.
Camp!
What about camp?
Love! Camp!
Wait, does it just want to be a camper?
Oh no. Is this wholesome? I'm not ready for that.
Love. Camp. Camp.
Okay. You should go to camp then.
Without killing anyone.
Just hang out in camp.
Yeah.
They begin to walk, kind of at a diagonal, slightly away from you, but through the woods. And each time they pass through or behind a tree, they come out on the other side as a different child.
No. Is it headed towards camp?
In a way, I think if they continued on their trajectory, they'd probably hit somewhere between Cabins Block B and the boat docks.
Hmm.
Part of me thinks we should follow it.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, oh boy. Don't look at his face.
Do we have any weapons? Can I pick a stick off the ground?
You can pick a stick off, yeah.
Well, Bobby's got his flamethrower and pocket
And a
knife.
knife.
Yeah.
Gilbert's tall.
You can just do a windmill attack on it.
Exactly.
Let's traverse the trail behind the goat man.
All right.
So you're going to start following it, and it keeps shifting its form as it's walking. And then you see it walk behind a particularly large oak tree. It doesn't come out the other side.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hey, kid. Are you still there?
We're having s'mores.
Oh, that was pretty good. Anything?
No response.
Okay. Do we look behind the tree?
You
Come this far.
continue to approach the tree. And then you hear a snap of twigs as it starts sprinting off in the other direction. This time
Like back?
it's the third child. Do you chase after it?
Wait, when you say in the other direction, like away from where we were going? Like it's going backwards?
Like if you were following it, it was going like off forward and to the right.
Yeah.
It went behind a tree, and as you were approaching that tree, it took off forward and to the left. Kind of zigzagged the other direction.
Oh. So it's going north-ish now.
Deeper into the woods.
Yeah.
Sure.
Is there anything that was left behind? Did they leave anything behind the tree?
Right. So you want to continue on to check out that tree?
Ellie does for sure.
All right. So Ellie's going to go check around the tree.
I'll
As
go
you
with it.
approach, you smell that like cloying, blood, metallic, like stinging smell in your nose. But there's nothing left around the tree. The other two, do you take off running, or are you also following to the tree?
What, Chris, what did you say you did?
I just followed Ellie so that they didn't get ambushed.
Bobby?
I don't know.
You gotta make a decision.
I have no idea
Are
what
you
to
running,
do.
or are you staying still?
Oh, Chase.
Yeah, I guess we'll chase.
Brian. Brian will get chased.
So Bobby and Gilbert take off after the creature. Ellie and Brian are checking the tree. Then you take off after them, Brian, but you're kind of behind. I'm going to need everybody to give me a grit check.
Ooh. What? Oh, I failed. I crit failed. Oops.
Crit fail.
I got another critical success.
I'm big and lanky. I run into things. I
So
trip
we've
and
got
fall.
a crit fail
Weak
and
hit.
a crit success or a hard success? Hard hit.
It's crit. I got 2-6.
Okay, so we've got a crit fail, a crit hit, and what do we got from the other two?
A weak hit.
Weak hit.
And 2 weak hits. Okay, so crit fail. You trip over a log and take a heavy fumble to the ground.
No.
You crash into the leaves. You're all banged up. You scratch your face against the side of another log. Hit your head on a rock. Brian, you keep pace with them until you see them run into an abandoned cabin.
Oof.
Do you follow them in?
I feel that's very dangerous being alone in the lair. I will monitor them from here.
Ellie and Gilbert behind you, but they're not quite
Okay.
as like hot on the trail.
Oh, do you mean Bobby? Because Gilbert took a spill.
Sorry, Bobby and Ellie.
Yeah, I'll try to slip inside.
Right. So you get inside. You throw open the door because it like ran into the door. It like ripped it open. You heard it smash into the wall of the cabin. Then it slammed shut. Then you rip it open, slam it open. You run into the cabin. You hear the creaking of the wood groaning beneath you, and you can feel it like dropping with every footstep, that the wood has kind of decayed a bit. There's dust and cobwebs everywhere, and all of the furniture is like moldy. And as you enter this space, that smell, that copper scent, is the most pungent that you've smelt yet. So overwhelming that you hit this like nausea flows over you. You feel it like ping in the pit of your stomach. You gag a bit. And that's when you hear voices, children's voices calling out from below. Help! You hear from the corner of the room. Help! And then it lunges at you. I'm going to need a fight check from you as the other two enter the room.
So I do have a weapon on me. Fight. This is an attack roll?
It's just a fight roll.
Oh, that's a
is
skill.
Offensive and defensive. Yeah, it's a skill.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But I think you get to choose. You get to choose if you want to fight or defend. Those are two different actions or moves.
Oh, okay. But they all use your fight stat, so you can defend or attack. That's it.
It says defend and mostly uses grit, so you can use grit to defend as opposed to attack.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you can basically attack. Okay, you can defend.
Yeah.
Got it.
If it's a grit roll, then I have a weak hit.
All right, weak hit. So you're successful. Gain. 0 stress on a 1 stress impact. Oh, goodness. I didn't understand this. I don't really know what that means. So we're just going to say you gain a stress.
Okay. So this is stressful.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. So I'm just going to say that all hits from the Goatman are 2 stress hits, just to up the ante a little bit here. So if you get a weak hit, you'll take 1 stress. On a miss, you'll gain 2. Okay, cool. So it attacks. And then the 3 of you are now present in the room. What do you all do as it lunged at Brian and swiped him across the shoulder? He's like pushed back and thrown into the wall of the room. Dust is thrown up into the air.
Flamethrower, let's go.
All right. Give me an attack.
Would that be fight for flamethrower?
Yes. So it'd be fight. And because you used like previous things, you've set yourself up for advantage on this attack. What is Ellie doing?
I'm looking around to see if I can find this pelt that we need to find. If it's in this room.
You hear muffled voices below you. Sounds like a couple children.
Is there like a hatch in the floor?
Give me an investigation. Notice.
Is the advantage for me +1 or +2?
Let's go with a +2.
Okay. I got a critical hit, or critical success with the flamethrower.
Nice. Okay, so critical hit is 2 stress on your target. Is a strong hit, and then critical is going to have a story element. That's how that works. Okay. So you
Set the child on fire.
the flame through the or you spray the bug spray and you light it and you torch it up. You see that the face, or not the face, because it doesn't face you at all. When it swiped at Brian, it swipes backwards, like it's running around with its arms like twisted backwards. And you see its like clothing burns and it just starts bleeding. Help! 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 Almost mocking the screams of the children in the basement below. What was that investigation, Ellie?
It was a weak hit.
A weak hit. So weak hit is successful with a stress.
Okay.
Right? I need to keep looking at
For
investigation. For investigation, it is different. That's right. What is it?
get a clue, inspiration, and
Get a clue, inspiration, and
draw from the fear deck.
7. All right. Clue is, yes, there is a trap door. You can see the rug that has been moved aside. It's no longer covering it, so it's pretty obvious. All right. I'm gonna need I'm gonna need Bobby to do a defend.
All right.
And
I am going to use my self-defense badge, Bird of Inspiration, to get +2. So I got it's a 9 or lower to succeed on defending myself. That is a strong hit.
Strong hit. All right. So strong hit on defend, you gain 0 stress. And if you are the target of an attack, move in the next turn. You may choose to escape. All right. So if you get targeted again, you can escape. So it is like coming towards you. You see that like at this point with like the flame going over it, it's like a different child yet again. And the two of you can make attack rolls. Ellie, what are you doing? And now Gilbert is going to arrive on the scene with 1 stress.
I guess I keep flamethrowering it.
All right. Everybody make attack rolls if you're attacking. Ellie, are you heading towards that trapdoor?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and figure out how to pry it open to get the kids out.
All right.
And I'm gonna help Ellie.
Give me a grit or fitness. And you can use so if you're helping, that's called aid.
Yeah, I'm gonna aid an ally.
So roll that.
Well,
first.
I don't know if I need that because I got a critical success.
Never mind. I run over and don't do anything.
All right. So Ellie, there's one of those like knocker loops on it. And you just like rip it on open. There's like some really steep wooden steps that head into a dusty, dark basement cellar situation. Covered in cobwebs. You start running down there with, and Gilbert, do you follow?
Yeah.
You're following Ellie downstairs? Okay. Brian and Bobby, give me your attack rolls. You said,
I got it.
What was that?
I got a weak hit.
Okay, weak
a weak
hit.
hit.
Bobby, did you say you
I also got a weak hit
weak
with
hit?
the flamethrower.
Okay, so you are going to do 1 stress, but gain 1 stress as well.
I'm now wounded. I think. Because my stress is 6.
Was that what happens when your stress gets to 6?
Wounded. All right,
Yeah.
Cool. So. when you
Oh, I'm
become
also wounded.
Oh, okay. So 2 of you are wounded. When you become wounded, there is something that happens.
-1 to all modifiers.
Alright.
Oh, heck.
Until you heal, which is not going to happen in a high intensity scene. All right. So I'm going to explain what Ellie and Gilbert find in the basement. So it is very, very dark down there. Do you have a light with you?
Gilbert,
Tamagotchi?
I don't think I have a light with me, no.
I thought you had a flashlight.
I don't know if I...
Yeah.
Oh, sure, I probably would. Okay, I would have
You
brought
had
it
it
with.
the whole time.
I mean, like, I normally don't just carry around a flashlight on me, but I have.
You
Oh,
were
well.
planning on going to the abandoned cabin, so...
That's true. So,
That is
sure,
something
yes,
that-
I would have brought a flashlight then.
You're the character that you've established. That feels right. All right. So you pull out your flashlight and you turn on, and in the corner of the room, you see 3 campers that have been tied up to a post. They are covered in dirt. They're crying, snot running everywhere, kind of bloodied, and around them you see toys, kind of like in a circle, but predominantly dolls, stuffed animals, action figures, all sorts of like various either humanoid or like personified animals. And they're like crying and they're calling out to you and they're, help us, get us out of here, help me, and they're like crying and all sorts of things. I can't really do children's voices, so I'm not even gonna. They're just really whiny. For a good reason. They're currently kidnapped. Alright, so that's what you see when you turn on the light.
Spooky.
Back upstairs. I am going to do an attack on Brian. However, you may choose to escape. If you do, you don't roll.
So I would escape downstairs. Or how does that work? I
think it's you escape
if I just
the
choose
attack. It's like an evade, is what I am interpreting it as.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I think a flee could also work if you wanted to flee or evade. I think those are the two things I would accept here.
Yeah, I'll flee.
Down to the basement?
Yeah.
Or out the... Okay, down to the basement. Okay, you see the same scene. You see Gilbert holding a torch at these children. Ellie's down there. All right. So you hear it like smash into the wall as it tried to swipe at you, but you are going to duck underneath and make your way down into the cellar. Bubby, would you like to
guess
do-
I'll keep torching.
All right, give me another.
I'll keep going until I run out of bug spray. That is gonna be a crit failure. That is 2 10s.
Yikes.
Failure. All right, that's going to be the end of your bug spray. So you go to shoot off another torch with your bug spray, but unfortunately you've been playing around with it way too much.
Fair.
Tracks. And it is now empty. You hear it sputtering out. There's just like a little puff of flame before it goes out. All right. What are you all doing in the basement?
I'm trying to untie these kids.
Okay, you run
Looking
into
for
kids
a
and you're trying to untie them. Give me a... so this is going to be an active coordination.
I'm providing light support.
Light support, okay.
Yeah.
And what about Brian?
I was going to try to look for the pelt.
Okay. Do you have an investigation point to spend?
I don't.
You can't.
Okay, I'm going to try to guard the stairs.
Then I will. I mean, I guess I can look for the pelt.
All right. Do you want to?
If you can untie people in the dark. Oh yeah. I'll give Ellie the torch.
Okay.
But then I
got a strong hit.
Yep. Give me an investigation.
Okay. Notice.
You need.
Can I do notice?
Yeah, you can do a notice.
I will spend an inspiration to up my notice by 2.
All right.
That's a single. God, why can't I remember what it's called? A weak hit.
Weak hit. Okay, a weak hit on that is going to be clue, inspiration, and a fear duck.
Not for me. I am a scholar. I have scholarship. I do not draw from the fear deck.
Okay.
Nerd.
Nerd. All right. So you do see the pelts in the other corner of the room.
I will grab it and ew.
It is pungent and heavy and oily. But you grab it.
I will gingerly hold it.
This is not a gingerly hold situation. You're not going to be able to lift it with your fingers like
Oh,
that.
it's heavy? Okay.
It's heavy. Yeah. This
Got
is
it. I'll
held
just-
with a large
I'll just
mammal.
grab it with my bare hands then.
Yeah. Cool. So you start. Do you throw it over your shoulder or are you dragging it?
Just dragging it.
All right. So you start dragging it up to this stairwell of the cellar. And
Yeah, I'm just gonna book it to the hole.
Bubby,
The grave we dug.
defend. And then what are you going to do after that?
I'm going to pull out my knife and start swiping. That is a strong hit to defend.
Strong hit to defend. All right.
And a strong hit to stab.
Okay, so you take no stress. And if you are targeted next turn, you may use that to flee or evade. And then you said a strong hit to stab?
Yeah, I pull out the knife and I go, I have 3 older brothers. You think you scare me? And I'm going to charge.
All right.
Stab.
It blurts out, run! And then it jumps through the window. You hear the crash of glass. And then you see this like child run on all fours away.
No, ma'am.
And you just keep seeing it shifting its shape as it crosses behind each tree. And there's like a moment of calm as you hear Gilbert dragging the pelts. You hear the children crying under you. Yep. And how are we doing with those coordination rolls?
Oh, I got a strong hit.
Strong hit. Okay. You untie the remaining children. And you are all able to make your way up to the first floor of the abandoned cabin.
Are these children in running capacity? Like, could they move on their own?
Yeah, like how long have these
Kind
children
of
been?
varies. So it looks like one of them has been here for, I guess this is only like what, day 4 of camp? So one of them has been here for like a couple days, like 4 days. 3
Wait,
days.
all of these children
Youngsters.
all of these children have disappeared from our active
These
campsite
monsters.
and nobody noticed.
Jeez Louise.
They did say to keep counting, and apparently they're not.
I mean, that Suzanne lady came up with 20 different numbers. So,
That's very true.
checks out.
She let Ellie influence her a lot.
How many people are in your group?
Oh,
There are 4,
fuck.
plus these 3 children.
So 7 total.
Gilbert does not care. Gilbert is gonna book his shit directly to that hole.
Yeah.
All right. All right, so you start running off into the direction of the hole. The other children are following. Is everybody following?
No, I pull up my knife and say, what are your names?
Oh, at the children that you just...
Yeah. Really intimidating.
It's Marie. This is Tony. And Gertrude.
Oh,
No, everyone, tell me your own name.
Okay, they each tell you their names.
Are any of them goatee?
No.
Okay, but they all sound like kids.
Yeah, they all sound like kids.
Okay, cool. Let's move.
yeah. And Brian's going to teach them a fun name. This is something I learned at band camp, but basically, it is a call and response where we say we say your name, and then we pass it on to the next one. So it'll be like Brian, Ellie, Bobby, Marie, Tony, Gertrude, turn
Bobby!
man around, Gertrude.
You hear
Who the
echo
fuck
through
said
woods behind
Bobby?
you.
Oh no.
Who does?
What?
You hear it echo through the woods behind you.
Oh God,
We gotta move.
we gotta run.
All right, so you're running on your little 10 to 13-year-old legs, whipping through the trees. I'm going to need everybody to make me one last grit check.
And my 18-year-old
perfect.
legs.
Strong hit.
Ooh, I got a weak hit.
You get strong hit.
Weak hit for me.
All right. So those
Weak
are
hit.
stresses for all the weak hits, but successful, except for the people who don't do that. And you are going to all make it. You see, like, some people are at the. Wait, where did you put the hole?
Just
Where the-
outside of the garden.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
outside of the
Right in the
Railhead?
woods. Okay, you
Yeah.
see people like in the garden area, but like your holes in the woods to kind of keep it hidden. You see people like hang out in the garden. You're like running through the woods, and like one of the counselors like calls over to you, like, "Who's that? Who's that over there?"
Just a counselor, ma'am.
You're like running over it, and then you hear again, "Bobby, Bobby."
No.
You arrive at the hole, and you throw the pelt in.
And I start
and you
with
start
my
shoveling.
big hands, just scooping and pushing dirt.
Yeah, Ellie is also just like pushing it with her body, not even bothering with a shovel.
Okay, you're pushing dirt in. You're like, and then you look over to your right, and you see the back of a head.
No. Keep
dirt
pushing.
in.
Oh. I mean, okay.
Wait, where?
But not really
pushing
pushing dirt.
dirt
As
in?
you inspect it closer, it's not pushing any dirt. It's just miming the activity, and you hear it
Oh.
blurt, "Bobby,
Fine
Bobby."
by me.
Bobby leaps
Give
on
me-
it with the dagger, with
Okay,
the knife.
you can do an attack. Give me a defend, Ellie.
What is that? What do I use for defending?
Grits.
Great. That's a fail.
All right, so you're gonna take 2 stress.
Okay, I am at 7, so I'm wounded, I believe.
I got a weak hit as Bobby just lunges at it and screams. Like primal, unbridled rage.
All right, what was your roll?
A weak hit?
Weak hit. Okay. All right. You stab into it as you continue shoveling the dirt. And I'm going to just do one more round before we call this wraps. So again, Ellie, make a defend roll as it now lunges at you.
That is another fail.
Oh, no.
So you're gonna take
Can I get in the
2
way?
stress.
Okay, I'm at 9.
All right. Attack roll, Bobby. As the other are the other 2 attacking or are they digging?
I'm helping to shovel in dirt.
I'm digging.
All right.
That's a miss.
A miss. All right. I believe that is 2 stresses.
I am now wounded.
as you like lunge at it, and it just kind of it grabs onto you and throws you, like it kind of does a spinning motion and throws you against a tree. It is much stronger than it looks. This like 5-foot child looking thing. But as Brian and Gilbert finish burying the pelt, you see it stop. It scrambles to its feet at the edge of the group and just kind of sits there for a while before it walks off into the woods, never to be seen again. And that's the end of this adventure.
Thank goodness, because I was at
Ooh.
9 stress.
Yeah,
I
same.
don't know what happens at 10 stress, but I don't want to know what happens at 10 stress.
Is
that just death?
Just death.
Yeah, or incapacitation.
Incapacitation is how this, I think, describes it in the system.
Gotcha.
All right. As we conclude this journey through the shadows and secrets of today's tale in Kitschy's shop for Eclectic Curiosities, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all you cryptid chasers who joined us today. Your curiosity and enthusiasm make this peculiar realm come to life. Remember, the darkness never sleeps, but our doors are always open to those brave enough to explore. We couldn't do it without your support. A special thank you goes to our generous patrons, JayCeeAitch, Chris B, and Maggie Z, whose unwavering support keeps the candles burning bright here at Goblin Forge. But before we bid you farewell, remember to like, follow, and subscribe to stay updated on our future journeys into the unknown. This playcast is a Goblin Forge production. If you enjoyed what you experienced today, follow us on Instagram at goblin_forge_TTRPG, at goblin_forge on TikTok, or join our Discord community. And if you haven't already, be sure to share the mysteries of Kitschy's shop with your friends and fellow seekers of the supernatural. Until we meet again, may the mysteries of this world continue to intrigue your mind and awaken your sense of wonder. Stay curious, stay daring, and always embrace the darkness.
Ooh.